today's City Council meeting. We're grateful to have you joining us. As you can see, we're still continuing to hold electronic meetings due to the practice of social distancing. Although conducting our meetings electronically is different from our familiar in-person public process, this is still considered an open and public meeting. For the work session, we welcome members of the public who may be watching to join us also online on the council's YouTube page, our SLC TV, or our Facebook Live. Although there's no public comment during the work session, you can join us for the 7 p.m. formal meeting tonight, where you can share your comments on any topic before the council or comments during our general public comment period. Your feedback is always welcome, and you can reach the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145-476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114-5476, or by emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or you can call our 24-hour comment line at 801-535-7654. We'll now move on to our work session items. Our first item is related to updates on the mayor's proclamation declaring local emergencies for COVID-19, the March earthquake, and recent protests. With us for that, we have, so today we have a special, well, actually, Mayor, do you want us to go right to the video, or do you want to say anything before that?
I will say that I hope this video helps in explaining to residents and obviously to the council and business owners in the city that we are working hard to be prepared for the most acute needs that our residents might face during the months of COVID-19 winter ahead of us. And even though it's the first day of September, we're sharing this video today as we have put together a plan for the winter of COVID ahead.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Okay, Bobby, if you want to go ahead and share the video.
Absolutely, Council.
Hello, Salt Lake City. As each of us continue to make sacrifices to keep our families, friends, and our communities healthy, many are wondering how we're going to get through the challenges that COVID will present through the remainder of this pandemic. While our city continues its work on equity, police reform, and other major initiatives, I want to focus right now with you on our winter plans for COVID and how we'll get through this together. When the COVID-19 pandemic created a state of emergency in Salt Lake City in March, we spent the following months moving from one new crisis to the next, navigating unprecedented uncertainty by responding to needs as we discovered them. But after living with the realities of COVID-19 for 6 months and facing the reality that it will be many months before we have a vaccine, we want you to know that your city is committed to helping you weather this generational storm. The COVID-19 winter plan I'm sharing with you right now focuses on the challenges you've been living with every day and aims to mitigate the complexities that are yet to come. Knowing how this virus has impacted the economic and social structures that form the underpinning of every resident's daily life, we focused our planning on 5 key areas that address the challenges COVID will create for our city's residents this winter: health, education and childcare, economic support, housing stability and homeless services, and operations and service from the city. My #1 priority this winter is your health. My team works closely with the county health department and the state to monitor data and make sure that Salt Lake City's COVID-19 trends are headed in the right direction. I'm heartened by the fact that our city has seen stable and declining trends for more than 30 days. Thank you for taking the mask mandate seriously. It is working. 2 key factors in maintaining our city's health this winter are access to testing and access to personal protective equipment, commonly called PPE. These are essential tools. They play a fundamental role in virus prevention, and we're grateful to Salt Lake County for expanding testing in some of our most highly impacted areas. But we have a responsibility to do more. Recently, I put forward a budget proposal that will send $200,000 to 2 organizations that provide care to some of our most vulnerable residents: the Association for Utah Community Health and the 4th Street Clinic. AUCH does extensive community outreach and provides all kinds of support for residents who've been impacted by COVID-19. Community health centers provide care for those who might not otherwise have access to it, and assist COVID patients throughout their illness with services that range from prescription filling to diapers to rental assistance. The need for this care is great, and this budget allocation will make a real difference in people's lives. The 4th Street Clinic, which is the only access to healthcare for many of our residents who are experiencing homelessness, has had to make significant modifications to operate during COVID, and my proposal will help keep this clinic running safely through the winter. I know that one thing that stays on my mind, just as I'm sure it does yours, is the vaccination for this disease. While we don't know exactly when it will be here, we've got to be ready when it's time to stand up that operation. This winter is the right time to make that plan and solidify how we'll communicate and provide access to a COVID-19 vaccine. Salt Lake City has already started coordinating with the healthcare providers on these measures. Because the day a vaccination becomes widely available, I want our residents to understand the importance of getting vaccinated and have a quick and streamlined access to it. One of the biggest challenges facing families in our city today is education and childcare. Our city's parents are balancing their own workloads with the schooling and care of their children. And as any parent or caregiver will tell you, keeping a job, parenting every minute of the day, making sure the kids are getting their education, and keeping everyone physically and mentally healthy has been an absolute challenge during this pandemic. Looking at the coming months until a vaccine, this winter will be very hard on many families. As a city, we must have their backs. Last week, I announced a budget proposal to our City Council that included $1.6 million in funding to dramatically increase our youth city programs for this school year. This expansion would be life-changing for many city families by filling the childcare, educational support, and social service gaps that have been created by COVID-19. It would allow the program to stand up additional locations, expand its hours, and add programming to meet the increased needs of the kids and their parents in the months ahead. Also included in my budget proposal is funding to bridge the digital divide in our city. Access to the internet has long been a fundamental need for our people. It's how our kids participate in school. It's how we pay the bills, register to vote, take the census, and more. And that is all before COVID, which severely limited the ability of our city's residents to access free Wi-Fi at our libraries or other community centers. What my administration has proposed will allow the city to create, for the first time, the backbone for a Wi-Fi system on Ensign Peak. This infrastructure will provide a multi-point solution for public Wi-Fi and provide greater connection in areas of the city experiencing digital inequity. A system like this could be the difference in a homework assignment getting turned in on time, a bill getting paid, a job application being submitted, or a doctor's appointment getting scheduled. We want people to have easier, more convenient access to the internet, not because it's a luxury, but because it's an essential utility to live in today's society. And this is the first step toward us reaching that goal. These 2 budget allocations would be game changers for some of our Salt Lake City parents as they navigate the difficult path of online schooling and after-school childcare this winter, and we owe it to them to help lighten their load. Our third area of focus is economic support for our businesses and the revitalization of our economy. It's challenging to start or run a business under normal circumstances, and COVID-19 has only compounded these difficulties for many promising entrepreneurs and long-beloved businesses in our city. One of our first steps is our work on a broad update to our Economic Development Loan Fund program to include microloans, a mitigation fund for businesses impacted by construction projects, and strategic resources for small businesses. This pandemic has uniquely challenged businesses to be transparent with workplace safety. People want and deserve to feel safe going to work, and they want to feel safe going to get a haircut or picking up a to-go order at their favorite restaurant. Personal protective equipment is a key component in a business's ability to successfully illustrate their safety consciousness. And I will propose to the City Council that we allocate part of any additional CARES funding we receive to make it easier for the business community to access PPE through upfront grants. We also know that COVID-19 has more severely impacted our communities of color, and those impacts include greater economic and financial instability. Our city wants to do more for our diverse businesses during this challenging time and beyond, starting first with providing cultural and language liaisons to assist new businesses with the city's permitting and licensing process. And second, I propose funding for a city partnership with the Suazo Center, which I believe will help us to deepen our connection with Spanish-speaking business owners and allow us to better tailor to them the city resources they need. Salt Lake City businesses bring character, quality of life, and diversity to our city. They are an integral part of our neighborhood character, and we owe it to them to offer new and innovative systems of support for this winter. With many Americans just one paycheck away from homelessness, housing stability and homeless services are an absolutely critical component of this plan. Salt Lake City is invested in helping its residents keep a roof over their heads this winter. And to help us do that, we've identified a $9 million housing stability package that will be used to facilitate mortgage, rental, and rapid rehousing assistance. The first $1.1 million of this program was targeted specifically to the 2 zip codes in our city that have been most impacted by COVID-19. We've also launched an effort to raise $1 million to help residents who did not qualify for or couldn't access federal stimulus money. Raise Up SLC will provide financial relief to residents in the form of a no-fee debit card, which they can use on a variety of living essentials, including rental or mortgage payments, and you can donate any amount quickly and securely by texting GIVE SLC to 21,000. Homelessness may be the most poignant and painful issue in our city today. Some of our most vulnerable residents were made even more vulnerable as COVID-19 impacted our homeless resource centers in the system, access to services, and places to go during the day to escape from the weather. The result has been a visible increase in the number of individuals who are suffering on the street right now, and neighborhoods and businesses who have been seriously impacted. Though homelessness is a statewide issue that requires every level of government to fully engage, as the capital city, we know that Salt Lake City will always be the nexus of services and opportunities for individuals experiencing homelessness. To address the current escalated homelessness crisis on our streets, we are working hard. I'm excited to announce that my administration is building, with the support of the City Council, a 2-phase community commitment program. Phase 1 will entail a 12-week enhanced neighborhood cleaning program that will ease the impacts of homelessness on both the unsheltered homeless and the neighborhoods by providing regular cleaning of bio-waste and garbage, accompanied by provider outreach to connect people with the services they need. Phase 2 will focus on outreach by our Community Connection Center social workers, service providers, legal defenders, and the Justice Court to encourage people to take care of outstanding warrants and access treatment or temporary housing. As we prepare for another winter, our city will continue doing all we can to ensure that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. We've allocated over $15 million each year over recent years toward providing homeless services in our city through grants to service providers, investments in our homeless engagement and response team, emergency response, and cleanup of our city streets. In January 2020, just 17 days after I was sworn in as your mayor, Salt Lake City opened a city-owned location for an emergency winter overflow shelter. And today, we're working once again with Salt Lake County and the Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness to have a plan in place for homeless services and shelter this winter. I've also proposed a budget amendment that would put an additional $150,000 toward the work of the 4th Street Clinic to serve Salt Lake City's homeless population with COVID testing and medical services over the coming winter months, and which I call upon the City Council to support so that we can give proper and consistent care to people experiencing homelessness this winter. The final piece of our winter COVID plan that I want to share with you is about our city operations and services. With the right planning and procedures in place, we're confident in our ability to provide you with the services you rely on daily throughout this winter. Our team has developed a Readiness Actions Modification Plan, which is the framework we will use across city operations to evaluate best health and safety practices for the Salt Lake City workforce. We also want to make it easier for all Salt Lake City residents to access city services this winter. We will continue to adapt to meet your needs, from appropriate levels of public interaction in city buildings to providing better multilingual access for every city service, to better ways of being civically engaged and interacting with elected officials. We would not be the resilient and innovative city that we are without the incredible dedication of our city employees. These past 8 months have been difficult as we've navigated an earthquake, a pandemic, and made dozens of adaptations to the way our city works. Many of our employees don't have the option to work from home. They're the people who keep all your vital city services going each and every day. I want to take a minute to recognize 11 employees who have demonstrated stellar leadership throughout these challenges. These employees have worked particularly hard to be innovators and motivators among their peers. Supreet Gill, Food and Equity Advisor in the Sustainability Department. Jorge Chamorro, Compliance Division Director. Heidi Medrano, Legal Assistant. Patrick Mersdorf, Firefighter. Roberta Reichgelt, Head of Small Business Outreach. Mike DeTola, Police Officer. Kim Thomas, Division of Child and Family Services Director. Wes Ing, Public Utilities Safety Manager. Lonnie Egertson-Goff, Housing and Neighborhood Development. Patrick Staker, Parks Division. And John Flint in Emergency Management. In the course of their work, each individual on this list has gone above and beyond during these extraordinary times, and we wouldn't be the city we are without them. Salt Lake City, you are resilient, innovative, and caring. We are facing a most challenging time, yes, but your city has your back, and we're going to do everything in our power to make the road ahead a little easier. I send you my sincere gratitude and care. Be well. You are resilient, innovative, and caring. We are facing a most challenging time, yes, but your city has your back, and we're going to do everything in our power to make the road ahead a little easier. I send you my sincere gratitude and care. Be well.
Thank you, Mayor, for that information. And thank you also to the city employees, not the ones that you called out in your video, and to all of our city employees who we know are working really hard to help serve our residents. Council members, does anybody have any questions for the mayor? We had
Mr. Chair,
yeah, go ahead.
I'll just mention that I'm prepared to talk more about the community commitment program, the two-phase strategy addressing homelessness.
Yeah.
If you want to go there,
Yes, please.
happy to take any questions though.
Why don't we jump into that part, and then if council members have questions, then I'll call on them.
Great, thanks. Thank you for giving me the time to talk with you today. As I said in the video, I think homelessness on our streets right now is the most urgent and pressing issue, aside from all of the other very critical initiatives and ongoing work we're working on. This one has been leading in our focus and our efforts most recently. We are grateful for the council's support and direction to work specifically on the cleanup efforts. As you heard, that's the first prong of our approach. Our goal here is to allow our public spaces to be more clean and more safe and more accessible to all of our residents, and to provide the resources that people experiencing homelessness on our streets today need. So the first prong is this enhanced neighborhood cleanup and camp cleaning. The city is working to address this with the county, and the county, as you know, County Health Department controls camp cleaning through a public health action program. The council received a transmittal last Friday that outlines this 12-week enhanced neighborhood cleaning part of the program. It could be started right away, but it will exhaust all of the Salt Lake City General Fund budget for Advantage services by the end of November. So we will need to request additional funding from the council to extend the program beyond November. And I know that our staff are already working together on how we can have that dialogue. Our target areas to start with are Toffer Park, the St. Mark's Cathedral area, downtown core, North Temple between 7th West and 8th West, and from 2nd North to South Temple, and north and the south sides of North Temple from 9th West to Redwood Road. Ballpark neighborhood between 3rd South from Track Station area along West Temple, and West Temple from Jefferson Park to the People's Freeway Park. The greenery area between 8th South and 9th South and 4th West and 6th West, and other areas as they come up. Services that we can have available to each area, which is of course pending funding and neighborhood need or desire, would include trash cans that we could place with daily pickup service, dedicated street cleaning teams, which has a minimum 4 staff per team, and daily cleaning efforts on even if those are into border areas outside of what we've already described. Portable restrooms are an option with attendance and regular cleaning services, power washing as needed, bio-waste remediation with a suspension of the private property owner's portion of that bio-waste removal cost for 12 weeks. And again, I appreciate the council's funding of that subsidized portion in the general budget discussion back in June. This would be suspending the private property owner's portion of that, as I said. And Advantage Services can do 2 to 3 pickups per day. So these, I want to make a note that these services are all available in Rio Grande area 7 days a week already. And so really we're talking about substantially expanding that to other hotspot areas of need around the city and being fluid with those needs as they may change in location. Camp abatement status. I want to give you an update after last week's protest issues. The camp abatements will resume on September 10th after each entity shores up their resources, and that's law enforcement and the county health department. And we will also be dialing in this new plan for community education around the camp cleanups. We'll be addressing complaints from neighbors and businesses, and we have a chart. I'm not sure if we want to put it up right now, but I think you have it from HAND, which is a flow chart around where different concerns can go. Should they go to the county? Should they come to the city? Should they go to the police department? And I know that came out of a council discussion we had a couple of weeks ago. So thanks to HAND for putting that together, and anyone else. Hopefully that'll be helpful to share with residents and business owners as well. Any question on prong 1 before I go into the second?
Just a question, Mayor. I know a lot of our unsheltered residents and advocates for unsheltered residents are always worried when we talk about like enhancing or stepping up our camp cleanups, that we're making sure that there's an outreach component there to residents or to unsheltered residents to try to encourage them to come to shelters or to engage with services. Can you talk about whether that's going to continue or what efforts are going to happen there?
Yes, actually, I'm going to ask Rachel to chime in because I believe that the effort prior to the cleanups, which is a focus that we've taken in the past, is to go out with the education and outreach a week before the cleanups commence. And as I listed, there are a lot of different cleanups that aren't about encampments, that are about general cleaning needs around the city. Those can commence pretty quickly. But I do think we're front loading the encampment part of that with education and outreach in advance. And Rachel, if I'm wrong, correct me on that.
No, thanks, Mayor. You're right. And I would just add that we did get some feedback after last week's attempts at doing some camp cleaning with the county health department, that the notice that was given to people in the area was not really sufficient and raised some concerns. And so that's part of the reason for this pause, is that we'll be able to do some targeted outreach to advocates who engage with people who are in the area ahead of time. And we haven't raised this yet with the health department, but would like to do better at the actual noticing that gets posted. So instead of having like a sterile government, form that's posted that looks sort of legal and doesn't always have a lot of detail in it, what we'd like to do is be able to have a notice that is much more comprehensive. It says, exactly what time, what's going to happen, what we're actually asking people in the area to do, so that there's not confusion, so that they don't have a fear that we're going to show up with a bunch of police resources and kick everybody out and take all their stuff. So we need to do better at that. And that's on the list here for the next 9 days.
Do we still have I know it's more popular in winter, but do we still have the Store Your Stuff program? Okay.
Yeah, we do. And part of it will be us being able to marshal resources to get people and with their stuff to a location where it could be stored. So I'm not sure if we'll be able to roll that out with the county portion, but we'll see what we can do here to get those resources. We've sometimes had public services and sustainability and others be able to step up and help us there. So we're, this is all hands on deck.
Councilmember Voldemort.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rachel. This is great news. I am encouraged and excited. It's a lot of work, so I hope that our constituency, the time and work you guys have put into it, and hopefully things will become better. Now, it looks like we have a plan and some answers that we can give our constituents. Now, remind me, what are the responsibilities now on the other side of the property owners on keeping up the public right of way or cleaning up? Or because as I drive sometimes through my district, I do see certain properties that the grass is high, the property owners are not cleaning either. So and then that might invite, if you see some trash, then if there's trash, it seems like nobody's keeping it up, and so then it's more trash, I guess. So do we have some responsibilities that property owners need to keep up as well? And if is there a hotline where people can report like tall grass or trash or other things?
Yeah, this proposal doesn't abate property owners of any of their normal requirements or the ordinances that oversee the 6-inch grass height, for example. And we'll throw into the chat the hotline number that people can call to report those violations on.
Okay.
But yeah, it doesn't abate property owners of their responsibility in maintaining their properties. It's just subsidizing 100% the property owner's cost of the bio-waste cleanup. Is that right, Rachel? Anything else you want to add? Okay.
Only that, as I know you guys probably all already know, that civil code enforcement is really complaint-based, and that's how we enforce those civil codes.
Perfect. That's good to know. Thank you so much. And a reminder also to property owners. Thank you.
Councilmember Amano.
Thanks. I also appreciate all the work that's gone into this proposal and this plan. I was wanting to get a little more clarity on what the list of sort of focus areas or target areas means. are there, it sounds pretty comprehensive and I appreciate that. I'm wondering, does that mean that those areas will just proactively get cleaned, but if residents outside of those areas see things happening, they can still call and obtain the same level of service? Or what's the difference between people that might live in or outside of those areas?
I can address that.
Or if she's frozen, I'll give it a go. Yeah,
So,
oh, thanks. You're
sorry. Sorry about that. So the health department has identified certain areas based on health concerns that they have observed, and so that's one piece. They've made that list. We have our list on the enhanced neighborhood cleaning based on the complaints we've gotten from City Source and just coming into your office, coming into our office, going to hand, et cetera. So that can be modified as needed. And yeah, residents would still have the ability, even outside of those areas, to call and report the normal way that they have been doing. And if we see problems arise that become more significant in a certain area, we can of course always change our focus areas.
Other questions? Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Johnston, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I'd like to hear the mayor's phase 2, and then I'll have a question after.
Okay, anybody else have questions on phase 1? Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. Phase 2 is similar in a lot of ways. It reminds me of Project Homeless Connect, which, as you know, has been at the Salt Palace every year. And thanks to CDC Utah and Mike Ackerlow for steering so much of that in our own teams. But instead of it being location-based, the phase 2 program is targeted at deploying, going mobile to where people are camping and going out onto the street. It's dedicated diversion, really, and it's about ongoing encampment resolution. So our team could do this on its own, but it's going to be so much more impactful to have the partners that we're working with come on board and bring their suite of services and access. So that's the work that's happening right now, is to shore up those partnerships and participation. But each geographic area that this phase 2 gets deployed to would have a 1 or 2 week intensive service provider outreach focus beforehand. And that's what we talked about at the beginning. And the resources that they would bring would include treatment and legal, so drug treatment options, legal options in terms of resolving warrants, and any other legal issues that people may be facing, to be able to take care of them on the spot the way that they would at Project Homeless Connect. So after all of the investment of time and connections and resources, then those encampments would be closed. So it's almost the completely opposite way of the way that some of the encampment resolution is happening right now, which is a notice and then ask for people to vacate of the premise. This is a pretty intensive time and people coming in to help people address whatever barriers they might have to accessing the resources and getting into housing. So I can walk through the 4 days of what very generally it might look like, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
Day 1 would be initial the department social workers and the CCC officers. So that would include contacting camps and individuals, informing them of the available resources and what the cleanup plans are. Day 2 would be bringing as many resources as possible on site to address any immediate issues. And they would at that time post no camping signs in the area. Day 3 would be follow-up day for those utilizing the resources that are coming to them. Day 4 would entail cleanup of the area and then enforcement of it. And that would be utilizing our bike squads, our CIU, or other officers for enforcement of the no camping. And then continuously, we would be following up with individuals who have chosen to utilize those resources. names and information about them would be gathered and when appropriate and run through available databases to see if there were previous police interaction and resource interaction. Any appropriate client tracking form will be created, and then that would be used to track contact and outcomes from this program. We're working to secure the CCC, the VOA, legal defenders, justice courts, the fire department, community health workers, 4th Street Clinic, UNI, and others to be part of this outreach effort with us. Any questions on that?
Councilmember Johnston, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor, I appreciate the focus and the effort, particularly in the next 12 weeks before October and wintertime. I think my first question is an obvious one, and you've already heard this, I'm sure, multiple times, is if we're going to enforce our no camping ordinance, where are folks going to go who are actually homeless?
Yeah, that brings me in part to the discussion on winter homelessness and winter shelter. And you know that the Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness is leading that conversation, and appropriately so. They've presented an initial plan to a lot of stakeholders, probably including yourself. That includes the Shelter the Homeless Board and the Council of Governments, COG. So their two next steps are really important, which is looking for a countywide facility to host that overflow shelter, similar to the Sugar House DI shelter we did in January, and to identify the budget for funding that. I think that part of the discussion includes the contemplation of designated camp areas, which isn't something that I'm promoting or bringing to you at this time. I know it's a difficult one, and we know that people have been camping on Victory Road and along the Jordan River for more than 30 years. There are more people camping in parts of our city now than there have been in the past, and we're hoping that this enhanced outreach and resolution of legal issues that we'll be able to connect people with housing and with any drug treatment options that we're making available through this project. But Andrew, there's not a great answer of where exactly people go who choose to remain on the streets.
Mr. Chair, if I might, to try to address another aspect of Councilmember Johnston's question.
Yes, go ahead.
So Councilmember Johnston, I think you just pointed out the criticalness of getting additional stakeholders on board for this effort. That's really going to be where it can be effective and where we don't run up to the constitutional challenges that, you know, I know you're very familiar with us being presented with if we don't have good alternatives for where people can go. And just from a humane standpoint and how we want to treat people, we want they need to have options before we're out there telling them where they can and can't be. So part of it is partnering with the HRCs and with Detox to have beds set aside during enforcement actions, and then hopefully being able to get a little bit creative and finding some additional funding with motel vouchers and other things that will give people an alternative for some places, some safe places to go.
You all know this. You're in all the meetings. I know. I got to say this for publicly saying it, but this isn't a Salt Lake City issue. We keep saying it's a statewide issue, but so many cities are heavily enforcing against homelessness. I know we're under attack for doing the same thing here, and talking about enforcing our law in the books about no public camping is a piece of this, and it's tough. I'm still frustrated. We say it's a statewide issue, and yet it still falls on the city. We're part of the solution, but we are taking the brunt of this over and over and over again because people are camping here, and we've allowed them to, frankly, because there's not a realistic option anywhere else. I've supported this humane solution during COVID. National best practices have been that we don't have safe places inside for folks to go. So we're tacitly, overtly, we've said folks who have no place to live can be on the streets as long as they're in smaller groups. Is that going to change in this kind of push in the next 6 weeks before the overflow hopefully opens? Or are we talking about all camps, single individuals, larger ones? Any sense of that?
Rachel, do you want to address the camp size and cloudburst?
Sure. So we are, I think, more focused on the larger camps that could, that start showing the characteristics of becoming more entrenched and more difficult for providers to be able to reach and to provide services to the people who need them. That's obviously also a bigger concern, from a COVID standpoint. But I don't know that this is a total shift in philosophy from letting who, that can I don't think I don't think we need to completely shift our gears on that, or single people camping. Again, it's a resource issue, and it's the ability to provide alternatives for where people can actually go and, be realistic and humane about it.
Councilmember Johnston, I'll add something that we've talked about in many meetings in the past, and is something I've talked publicly about for a long time, but our expansion of our SRO zoning and the ability that we may have with state support financially to grow single room occupant access through the city through adaptive reuse of buildings is a great opportunity. And I know that there's a transmittal either headed your way or in the council hands now that offers that expansion of the SRO. In addition to that, I really want us to explore this approach that seems to be working well in other parts of the country of managed tiny home communities that seems to be in areas like outside of Austin, a really successful measure for chronically homeless individuals to want to go into housing and to live in a communal way that's managed by an entity that is not the city in any of those cases that I'm aware of. But that's something that we need to be working on, and I think we would have already traveled down to that facility in Austin to check it out if it weren't for the pandemic. There was a training in August that happened there that I'm disappointed we didn't get to go to. But those are two housing approaches that we should be putting the pedal to the metal on as much as we can during this crisis. And I know it won't resolve every individual on the street. We've had people camping on the streets since the beginning of this city's existence. But we can do better at connecting people with resources and protecting their rights and making sure that the options that are out there suit the needs of individuals better. I know I'm preaching to the choir.
May I ask one more, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Speaking from a North Temple perspective in the area you've identified earlier as one of the focus areas, we have a small number of folks who are really unsheltered homeless who are in that area, and we understand that. And we know we have outreach workers going there consistently and health workers doing our best. By far, the largest number of folks are not. There's a lot of folks who are dealing drugs and other illicit activities down there in open air. And we've talked about this for a while now. I'm told we don't have enough police resources right now. And your plan seems to include police in these target areas, at least on some schedule. Do we have assurances we have enough support to do this consistently, or will we go into a place where the highest complaints sort of thing in these areas get this a lot, including the police presence, and other areas may not? How are we going to balance those two things out? Do you have a sense of that?
This isn't an option. I'm not going to accept that resources are tight right now as an excuse for us not being able to deploy on these needs. It's not an option. So we've shared these hotspot areas with the police department, and this is the directive. So I know that our officers have been incredibly taxed and asked to forfeit plenty of time and family time and vacation time to serve around the protest needs that we've seen over the last several months. And we know that those protest needs are declining, they're decreasing over time. But this is not an option. This is a critical need in our city. And so you will see police resources in these hotspot areas, and they should not need the calls for service in order to deploy into those areas.
Councilmember Johnston? Oh, okay.
No, just thank you. I see it anytime I might have been given by you in the future.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions? Okay, doesn't look like it. Thanks so much, Mayor. And thank you, Rachel Otto, for joining us. Thank you also, Lonnie Eggerson-Goff, for being available. So our second item is a text amendment, switch down to the wrong agenda. Our second item is updates on racial equity in policing.
Mr. Chair, I'll chime in. We're actually going to have more of those updates next week. There's not quite much to report this week, but
okay,
next week.
Great. And then our third item is updates on relieving the condition of people experiencing homelessness. Is there anything additional on that topic, either Mayor, Rachel, or Lonnie, that we didn't cover on item number 1?
Mr. Chair, I think we covered what we were prepared to cover, but if there are additional questions that council members were saving for this item, we're happy to try to approach those.
Well,
It looks like, yes, go ahead, Mayor.
I meant to plug one thing, which, as you know, the eviction moratorium is lapsed and the extra $600 of assistance through unemployment is ended. And we do not want to be facing a dramatic increase in homelessness in Salt Lake City because of these things. So Raise Up SLC was announced about a week ago, and that's a $1 million funding initiative that we have created and we're taking on to support residents with a $500 no-fee debit card that they can use for rent or whatever they need for their families. People can donate very easily by texting "Give SLC" to 21,000. And we hope people will do this. There's over 2,000 households in Salt Lake City proper that did not receive the federal support early in this pandemic. And some of that is because of mixed residency status. And so these are tax-paying critical members of our community that we want to support. And that's who we will be focusing on with the Raise Up SLC, or I'm calling it the Salt Laker card, because we modeled it after the Angelino card in Los Angeles. But I hope our community can help us support the residents in that way too. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on then to agenda item number 4, which is budget amendment number 2 for fiscal year 2020-2021 follow-up briefing. And we have with us Ben Ledke, City Council Policy Analyst, Lorna Bowe, Public Services Director, and Kim Thomas, Youth and Family Division Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the second briefing for budget amendment number 2, and the public hearing is scheduled for the formal meeting tonight. The focus today is the $1.6 million Youth City expansion proposal. Some council members were able to participate in small group meetings, but we know not all of you were able to get those scheduled. The proposal is using one-time money for a one-time program expansion. Like other items in budget amendment number 2, the CARES Act funding is covering personnel expenses, which then free up general fund dollars for other projects. The Youth City expansion being one of those other projects. Of the $1.6 million, $248,000 is for technology and furniture purchases. The policy goals for the expansion are to increase access to affordable childcare, education and social services. Youth City also provides meals to students and would, in the expansion, provide an electronic device for each student, so it would help bridge the digital divide. There is one full-time employee, a community programs manager, that would be hired as part of the expansion. The specific details about the expansion's day-to-day operations, it's taking the summer Youth City program and it would be extended throughout the school year. So 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., Monday to Friday, it would be operating for children in kindergarten through 6th grade. And for teens, it would be 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. in 7th grade to 12th grade. Now, there's some uncertainty about exactly when the expanded program would no longer be needed, because it's somewhat dependent upon schools reopening as well as how the pandemic progresses and is resolved. So there may be a need for this program beyond what's currently contemplated, or it could be wound down sooner. It's really unclear at this time. I know we have Kim Thomas, the Youth and Family Division Director here, and I think Lorna is also available. They can speak to more of the details. And then if we need to pull up the memo from the administration, we have that ready to screen share. It has details on the locations, the number of students, as well as other aspects of the proposal.
This is Kim Thomas, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has. I just want to speak a moment to the uncertainty around COVID and how long this will last. If you would have told me 6 months ago that we would still be in a pandemic mode, I probably would have laughed at you and told you were wrong. But here we are again. So our status now currently is that school is beginning. Salt Lake City School District has rightfully so decided to go to a distance learning model. It leaves about, the estimate has ranged, right? So it leaves many kids without access to the digital devices and Wi-Fi access. If we go to a blended model, then what it looks like for Salt Lake City School District is that elementary kids will be in school 2 days a week, high school kids and junior high school kids 1 day a week. So during the time they're not in school, they will be doing distance learning. Our goal is to support the school district, to support kids and families. We are concerned about the kids and the families that did not have access when school ended during March. And so our goal is to help them catch up and make sure that kids, particularly low-income kids, are not falling further behind, and to stay abreast of their current academic needs. And again, I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you for the brief, was it on Wednesday or Thursday of last week? I appreciate that very much. Maybe it was Friday. And the insight. Could you refresh my memory on the number of kids you would be serving above what you serve normally? And then talk a little bit about the training of the support staff who will be helping the kids with their schooling.
I need to be clear about the number of kids that we'll be taking, because due to COVID, the Office of Child Care and the Office of Licensing have spoken to the number of kids that can be in one group at a time. So they've limited it to 20 people, right? So for us, that's 18 kids per group, and we hope to have 3 groups per site. So let me give you an example. Central City, our Central City program would be moving to the library because Salt Lake City Library has been an excellent partner and offered space. But we will be using some of the rooms in Salt Lake City Library so that we can have 3 groups of 18 kids and 2 adults per group. So, you know, while it's not an incremental increase in the number of kids that we're serving, our main goal right now is, 1, to provide access for kids and families, right? But 2, we need to make sure that they stay healthy and safe. And we want to follow the Office of Child Care and the Health Department's guidelines. To your second question, our staff are training right now on Canvas and several other software platforms that the school district will be using. And we are putting together a FERPA waiver that will allow us to access the parent-student portal so that we can, in real time, help kids solve problems with their schoolwork. Did that answer your question, Councilman Dugan? Sorry.
Yes, very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnston, you had a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Was there still information you could put up about locations and those kind of details?
Yeah.
My question is, along with that, how are we planning to get this information out to folks who may not regularly use Youth City at this point?
Bobby, can you put up the PDF, the transmittal, and go to page 16?
Councilman Andrew, to answer your question a little bit about how we plan to get this information out to parents, we will be partnering with the Salt Lake City School District to get this information out. We talked in an earlier meeting today with them about putting this information, literally printing up flyers old school so that families can pick it up when they pick up their meals, right? So it will be included in those lunch sacks or those meal sacks. The other way is that we will use all of our social media. And then, you know, we have found the best way for this information to be shared among community members is family to family. So once our existing families mention this to their neighbors and their friends and their extended families, then other people will be made aware of this, other families. You know, that said, it is a limited number of kids and families that we can serve. We will do our best to support, families and neighborhoods. If we see a need for additional sites or, additional groups, then we can respond quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much, and it's a huge need right now. So thanks for thinking about it and for the administration for putting this together.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Councilman Dugan, are you going to ask me another question?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't. Sorry.
You're making me nervous. Okay, you're just making me nervous.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you some really hard questions then.
Okay, then.
The number of I want to call them teachers, but I know they're not teachers in this case. Do you have a bullpen extra teachers if we the need or the funding or the resources or places become available that you can pull from to increase the number of students supported?
Yes, sir, we do. We're hiring extra folks to, while they're not providing direct services, they'll provide support services. And if we need to pull them into some direct services, they will be available. We are preparing for, I mean, we're preparing for the worst and hoping for the best, just like everybody else during COVID. But yes, we are keeping a B team.
Wonderful. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Take a deep breath now.
Oh, what time is it?
Uh-oh, here comes another hard-hitting question. Councilmember Mono.
Hopefully it's not too hard. I appreciate the focus. I know this is a need. I'm wondering what we can do to, I know you talked about the outreach and how to get the word out.
Yeah.
Assuming they fill up, the spots fill up quickly, because I think the need is greater right now than it has been in past years, especially with schools still being remote for Salt Lake City School District. How do we make sure that the services go to the families that are in the most need? Is there like a income restriction, or is there some type of application that is placed, or is it just first come, first served?
No, we will be specifically targeting the lowest income folks. We have a sliding fee scale, right? So every family that fills out an application, and those applications are available either, just old school paper or online, or via a telephone call with the community program manager of that site. We fill out an income guideline, because part of our funding comes from the Department of Workforce Services. We prioritize low income kids. And in all honesty, during COVID, it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council members?
Councilperson Wharton, can you just tell them that we've spent enough time on this and that we're all
Oh, see, now you've got another one. Councilmember Rogers, go ahead.
Yeah, that was a close slip up there, Mr. Chairman.
I was about to say James.
You can do
That's
that.
it.
Hey, Kim, would you mind, in our meeting, I thought that was really pertinent information to hear about, devices and helping Salt Lake City School District get the kids up to the 1-to-1 ratio with devices or something to that point. What was it exactly?
So we've been talking with the school district and the Salt Lake City School Foundation, right? And what we know is that there are about 500 kids in Glendale, particularly in Glendale, Poplar Grove, and the Northwest Quadrant, who did not log in at all after school went remote in March. Our goal is to capture those kids, make sure that they have access to devices and to Wi-Fi, and to help them troubleshoot during the day, right? Nothing says frustration with getting work done like a software glitch. So it's one of our focuses will be to keep those kids on task and make sure that they have access to devices. Right now, the school district has devices on order, but they are on back order. And I hope Aaron's on this call somewhere, but I can't remember the number of devices that they need. And they're not going to get here till October, November, right? Those devices are back ordered. So we've been working closely with our IMS CEO, Aaron, and all of our city departments to make sure that the kids will have the devices that they need.
I really appreciate that. And then my follow-up question is, from the mayor's video prior on this meeting, we saw the Wi-Fi from Ensign Peak and the infrastructure and the budget amendment to help fund that. How will you city benefit from that? Or
Aaron, Aaron, I hope you're on this call or Noel, come on now.
Oh, I have control. Hi, this is Noel. We're working on the locations for that currently. We met last night with the school district, some folks from the state, libraries and such. Largely, this current program that we're working on with Youth City and Youth Family Services will benefit using our existing infrastructure because we'll be within our facilities. But that Connect, it will just broaden those more casual connections, more self-service connections throughout the community. And then we're right now trying to figure out the best locations, kind of the best bang for our buck. We're trying to figure out 3 good spots right now. So not a direct relationship to the programming, but the people we serve will have opportunity that way.
Well, and in the future, maybe it will, right? For expansion or
Yeah.
opportunities that
I
way.
hope so.
And Councilman Rogers, I would like to restate the idea or the information that we do have about $2 million a year coming in through grants, through state and federal dollars. So if we're not asking solely for support from the city council, we understand that this is a team effort, and we will continue to work on getting every amount of dollars that we can to support our city families.
Councilmember Fowler.
Sorry, this isn't really a question, but just something I was thinking about. I would encourage all of us to think, because as we heard from your presentation a little bit earlier, that, you know, this may be, it's a one-time give, it's a one-time expansion, but there may be the need to continue it. And that would mean obviously more funding, or at least continued funding. And so I encourage all of us to kind of think, if the need does continue, what are we going to do to continue funding it? Because I would hate to see that we expand this program, we see a lot more children and families accessing resources, being able to, you know, get on their feet, do their schoolwork, have all of the opportunities and access to opportunities that we're trying to give them, and then say, okay, well, COVID went away, so, or there's a vaccine, or school's back in session, right? And then take those opportunities away from those children and families. So I just think we need to also be thinking about that 6 months down the road, when we see that maybe these programs are working and we still need them. How are we going to continue the sustainability of them?
And Councilwoman Fowler, if I can address that, we have received notification that we're receiving a TANF grant that will bring in an additional $1.2 million a year, probably beginning in November. So, and serve our Northwest Fair Park area. So we will continue. I mean, I want to assure the council that we will continue in our efforts to fundraise and become, you know, sustainable as possible with your assistance.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other hands for questions, so I think you're finally off the hook.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding anything else in budget amendment number 2? Okay, and we will go ahead and move on to agenda item 5. That is a text amendment to the RMF 30 low density multifamily residential zoning district. And with us, we do not have Nick Tarbett today. Or wait, no, we do have Nick Tarbett. We don't have Nick Norris. Is that right?
I actually see him, so
I'm here.
he's there.
You got me until 4.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, great. Okay, so we've got both the Nicks. Awesome. We've got Mayara Lima, Principal Planner, Kelsey Lindquist, Senior Planner, Blake Thomas, Director of CAN, Jennifer McGrath, Deputy Director of CAN, Lonnie Eggerson-Goff, Director of HAN, and Tony Milliner, HAN Policy and Program Manager, available to answer additional questions. So Nick, go ahead and take us through it.
Okay, I'll give just a quick intro and then let Kelsey and Mayara get into this. This is the result of a few years of study and analysis by the Planning Division, recognizing during the, when we were working on the Growing Salt Lake Master Plan, that there was some potential changes that could be considered for the RMF 30 zoning district. This proposal has 7 main amendments that the council can be considering that could help improve the ability of the zoning district to be more functional and produce more housing. There's been a lot of public comment on it. A lot of those comments are highlighted in the council staff report and the planning commission staff report. And we can step through those later, but planning staff can just give the overview of the proposed amendments at this time.
Okay.
Nick, are you going to be sharing the screen?
Yep, Bobby, could you pull that up? There we go. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So this is a proposed text amendment to the RMF 30 zoning district, which is our low density multifamily residential district in the city. I'm going to go over the proposed changes to the text amendment and the purpose of the changes. And then after that, Kelsey will discuss some of the community concerns that we received. This text amendment started as a petition to remove zoning barriers to housing development as recommended in the city's housing plan, Growing SLC. Addressing this issue is the main purpose of the proposal. However, we moved, as we moved further in the project, we identified 2 other goals, which are to promote compatible development and encourage a variety of housing types. These elements are common principles identified in the city's master plan, Plant Salt Lake, and the neighborhood plans where many RMF 30 zone properties are located within, such as the Central Community and Sugar House. These are also currently identified as purpose of the zoning district. So next slide. To give you an overview of the zoning district, there are over 1,000 parcels owned RMF 30 in the city. Of that, 890 are currently being used for residential uses. When we look at the land use composition of those residential uses, we see that the RMF 30 right now is largely single family. Only about 20% of the residential properties are actually being used as multifamily, and zoning regulation has a lot to do with that. So next slide. This map shows the amount of land dedicated to single family in this city. The proposal does not affect these areas and only focus on a small portion zoned for multifamily. The proposed changes are intended to allow multifamily developments in these areas to hopefully increase city's housing stock, produce incremental growth, and provide transition between single family and larger multifamily development. Next slide. So these are the changes proposed. The first one is introducing design standards for new buildings to promote better design, make buildings more compatible in form and size to the existing neighborhoods, and make areas more walkable. The existing RMF 30 currently has no design standards, which makes it difficult to accomplish compatibility. So the proposed standards are similar to what we currently have in other districts, such as the form-based, and could help draw a relationship between existing and new buildings. We're also proposing to allow no building forms by right. These forms are cottage developments, which are essentially a grouping of small homes around an open space, tiny houses limited to 400 square feet in area, and sideways row houses, which are basically townhomes oriented to the side lot lines. These forms are found to be compatible with existing structures in the existing RMF zones and could offer different housing types and sizes. Next slide. The proposal includes the reduction of the minimum lot area required per dwelling unit. This is the primary barrier to development in this district, and the current standard does not reflect what we have on ground. The graphic shows the majority of existing lots cannot accommodate multifamily based on the existing standard, and many could not even accommodate a duplex. We're proposing to reduce the lot area to 2,500 square feet for residential uses and allowing 1,500 square feet per unit for cottage developments and tiny houses because those would be limited in size. And then to guarantee compatibility, we are also limiting the number of units for multifamily and row house building forms. Next slide. Lot width minimum would be removed with the proposed amendment. This standard has been another big barrier to development in the RMF 30 and also does not reflect the existing pattern in the city. As you can see in the graphic, the majority of the RMF 30 zoned lots fall under 50 feet because of the way subdivisions were platted in the past. These narrow lots, based on current standards, could not have anything other than single family on them. Without the 50 feet, a duplex cannot be built, and without the 80 feet, a multifamily is not allowed. The amendment would also allow multiple buildings on a lot, which is not only a pattern that was permitted in the past, but also offers an opportunity to use more efficiently our long and narrow lots. Slide. The two last items are intended to lessen the risk of demolition, and Kelsey will go over this in more detail. One is the bonus unit for development that proposes to preserve existing structure. This would help to support structures in local historic districts by increasing the potential to generate income and create an incentive to preserve structures outside local historic districts. We also introduced a lot width maximum to limit land banking and prevent demolition of multiple structures to accommodate larger developments that are not compatible with existing patterns. So these are the proposed changes. I will now pass on to Kelsey.
Thank you, Mayara. Can you move to the next slide, please? Perfect. The community concerns and comments that were provided during the public engagement portion of the proposal include the following. The first being a lack of affordable housing as a component of this amendment. As discussed in the staff memo to Planning Commission, promoting the development of affordable housing is a top priority of the city, as indicated in the city's master planning documents. However, the goal of the RMF 30 amendments was not to facilitate the development of affordable housing units or units that cost less than 30% of the AMI for the area on a monthly basis. Instead, the goal of this project was to remove zoning barriers to the development of all types of housing. Properties zoned RMF 30 are scattered across the city, and removing zoning barriers within this particular district will increase the amount of land available for creative multifamily housing. The proposed text amendments may indirectly promote the development of affordable units, or at the very least, more affordable units. This project is a small piece of the overall housing affordability puzzle. The second item of concern was displacement of existing units. The provided graph illustrates the possible changes to existing lots zoned RMF 30. 18%, which equates to 160 lots, would not be able to get any more density with the proposal. 52%, which is 459 lots, could gain 1 or 2 units with the proposed density changes. And 30%, 271 lots, could gain 3 or more units. Of that, 207 are single family, which means the lot is currently underutilized. These estimates do not factor in the proposed unit bonus, which will be discussed in more depth in the next slide, and should further reduce the risk of demolitions and displacement. Though the proposed lot area requirements will allow more units than what is currently allowed today, many existing multifamily buildings that are grandfathered in with a certain number of units have significantly more units than they could ever have with the proposed changes, which may discourage demolition even if the units could be sold at a higher price. In summary, it isn't likely that existing multifamily structures will be demolished for fewer units. However, staff does acknowledge that displacement of existing housing could occur through this amendment. And the last concern for discussion is the potential demolition of historic structures. Staff acknowledges that some historic structures that aren't located within a locally designated historic district could be demolished. To address and discourage demolition, staff is introducing 2 zoning tools that would encourage the preservation of existing structures. The first zoning tool to discourage demolition is a unit bonus for the maintenance of existing structures. This incentivizes the retention of existing structures and was developed as an effort to maintain existing and/or affordable housing stock in the RMF 30 zoning district. The unit bonus would apply when housing is retained and when a building permit is applied for to add an additional housing unit or units to an existing structure. The bonus unit would allow one bonus unit for the retention of a single family or a duplex. 2 bonus units would be permitted for the retention of a multifamily, which would be 3 or more units. As discussed during my RS presentation, a third of all RMF 30 properties are located within a local historic district, where demolition of a contributing structure must be approved by the Historic Landmark Commission. The unit bonus provides more zoning flexibility for contributing structures that are eligible to add additional units. This creates a preservation tool integrated into the base zoning district. The second zoning tool to discourage demolition and land banking is the lot width maximum. The lot width maximum would limit the widths of new lots to 110 feet or less. The maximum would be applied to the development as a whole, as opposed to individual lots within the development. And this concludes our presentation, and we are here to answer any questions. Also, as Councilmember Wharton mentioned, if you have any questions related to housing policies, we do have representatives available from HAND.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I'll go ahead and open it up to questions from council members. Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I have to say that my thoughts have evolved in different ways over the last couple of years of talking about this ordinance. And I recognize that one of the city's goals is to increase density. And I support that. However, and I want to thank, and people will, I want to thank Cindy Cromer for having that conversation with me and sending an email about some of these, the issues that I think we have. One of the things that you brought up is the community concern about affordability and how this ordinance doesn't necessarily require an affordable concept or require a developer to think about affordability. But I think what the philosophy is that if you have more units, then the supply will increase, the demand will decrease, and then you'll have to decrease the prices. And so that will create on its own, in its own market, affordability in some ways. I think one of the points that has come across to me is that we're doing by increasing the density, and particularly right here in my house, because I'm one of the lots that would be available, is you are making the land more pricey, more valuable. So why wouldn't somebody come in, buy this lot, tear down my house that I rent and can afford to rent because I can't afford to rent anywhere else in Sugar House, and put up 4 new units that I wouldn't be able to afford? Because I think you'd probably be able to fit something like that in this lot. And that's not just my house, but all of the adjacent houses along here, all of the adjacent houses across the street from me. Right? I mean, I'm looking at the map, right? And so it concerns me that we are sort of saying, well, without having a couple of policies in place. So somebody comes in, we change the zone, my landlord decides to sell. I can't afford it right now because now the land is so valuable that it's like, okay, somebody's willing to give double what maybe it's worth because they know they can get more out of it. Where do I go? I have to live in Sugar House in order to be your elected official. So do I move, like, resign and move to Mill Creek? Right? And so I think that we don't have a plan for what happens when people would be displaced, because without a doubt, we know people would be. And I think what Cindy's point is, not that we're requiring people to build affordable housing, but we're taking some of the affordable housing stock that we have right now out of play by risking it to demolition. And I think that those are good points. And like I said, my vision or my thoughts about this have evolved over the last several years. And you can see that I do understand the need for density. We do have a housing problem. I also see where this map is and who it's going to affect the most. I mean, the area by 700, there are several houses over there that people may be displaced on. There are some that have already changed and rebuilt new things, but there are several of these places that would displace or potentially displace people that can afford to live in this area and do live here. I think it also, in some ways, discourages home ownership, because what's going to happen is somebody, in my scenario of somebody, a developer coming in here and buying this, as we have seen throughout dealing with developers, they're not building townhomes for sale. They're building apartments for rent. And so we're discouraging or taking away, in my mind, or I fear that we're taking away affordable housing stock that people could buy, and discouraging some of that home ownership with this. I think in some parts of the city, it make sense. I don't know. But I think these are some of the concerns that I've heard from Cindy, Judy Sharp in my neighborhood, people. Really, I have been working on housing for a lot of years and have helped me to evolve some of my ideas. And so I just want to throw that out there, that I have some concerns in those ways about it. Not a question. You don't have to answer anything. It was a rant.
Okay. Other questions? Councilmember Mono.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. I appreciate those thoughts. I guess the sort of reasoning why I've always thought this was a good move for the city was because there are these multifamily zones that currently cannot be built into multifamily. And so if we want to encourage multifamily housing, and even our multifamily zones don't allow that to be built, I see from like the individual unit perspective and the people living in those units the risk to that. And so I appreciate you bringing that up, because it's a lens that maybe I haven't thought enough about. I mean, I have thought about it, but maybe not enough. However, I look at, I'm also in a multifamily zone, and my lot is not big enough to even build a single family house on, actually, because it's so narrow. So if I were to want to build anything right now on the lot that my house sits on, I couldn't, because it doesn't allow it. So there's fundamentally a problem with the RMF zoning, the way it's written. It's written in a way that makes it impossible to build anything on. So I think the changes need to happen. I don't know that the changes proposed. I mean, I don't think that every house that's an RMF 30 is immediately going to be demolished and rebuilt, but I see that concern. I'm just not sure how to balance that issue with the fact that like the zoning is wrong for the lot sizes and dimensions, and the existing fabric of the city does not work with the way the zoning is written. So I'm not sure how to balance those two things, I guess.
And I appreciate that, Darren. Sorry, I appreciate that, Darren, because I feel the same way. And like I said, it's all evolved, and so definitely feel that.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think Councilmembers Fowler and Mano have said kind of things I would say. The one thing I would add is that I agree with the sense of if the zoning doesn't work, we got to address it. I'm hesitant to support this without a coordinated work with the mitigation of housing, the loss of housing ordinance we haven't seen in a while that isn't working either. There are some places up in Rose Park, I believe, James, or West Point, I can't remember on the map, that are included in here, but generally we're talking about, 7th East and then south to 22nd South or so. Places where we struggle to get affordable housing. We've set aside money for a long time and trying to do this. And I don't know the data on how many of these parcels are currently older homes that are probably below market value based on the rents. I would guess that some of them are. And there clearly is, I'm not sure I believe sufficiently enough in the incentive of more units being enough to offset that, particularly if they can charge. Well, right now it feels like, and maybe I'm wrong about this, and please correct me, but new units are going for astronomical prices. And if we can do a slot one of 6 units in a single lot, an incentive to build more maybe doesn't suffice because they can get probably more per unit with just demolishing it. I think that's kind of the concern. So I would be hesitant right now to fully support this without that companion sort of mitigation of housing loss ordinance being looked at to accompany it.
Councilmember Mono?
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe I don't know the intricacies between the two, but is it the housing mitigation loss or that like the displacement? I think aren't those two slightly different things? So maybe it's actually figuring out how to relocate people that would be currently living in things that might be torn down. I do think that the bonus unit is effective because in development, what limits in the RMF zones, at least, what limits how many units a developer can build is that density restriction. And I don't think I've ever had a developer tell me as an architect to do fewer units that are bigger, because they're always going to make more money on one additional unit, even though they're all a little bit smaller. And this might not always be the case, but typically the land is going to be more valuable with more units, even though they're smaller, than it is with fewer units that are larger. At least that's, in my experience, always been the request from the developer. So I do think that that will help. The density bonus will help. I don't know if it will. I don't know that it'll save every existing structure, but I think it will save some.
Councilmember Rogers and then Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yeah, mine was on the housing mitigation law, so I'm glad that was brought up. But also, if we could have staff, I know I received the letter from Cindy Cromer, I think this morning or late last night. If we could have staff kind of come up and respond to, ideas to that, because whenever I receive something from Cindy, it always makes me take a step back. So if we could have, planning department look at it, that would be great, and then have some sort of response so I could have that.
Yeah, I just, sorry, Anna, I really quickly would second that because in the letter that we received from Cindy saying that the city hasn't done the numbers, I'm not, I think I know what she's talking about, but I'd love to hear a response from a planner about that. So I'd second what James said. Go ahead, Councilmember Valdemoros.
Thank you, everybody. It does seem I agree with the presentation, and it seems like we're streamlining things, and it, I'm mostly in support, but I can also see now these concerns, and then that Councilmember Fowler has, and the rest of you guys, and then another thing that comes to mind to me once we are thinking about changing, if we do, is, and this is maybe a bigger conversation, but then we have to think about when we talk about affordable housing and density, are we also including this in this idea, affordable home ownership? Because like Amy said, there might be all of a sudden somebody that used to be the house, it's being replaced with rental units, and then this person no longer can own a house that they used to own it in this place. And so I guess policy question or a bigger picture as well is, are we also talking about affordable home ownership? And I know it becomes so complicated like this right now. It seems like streamlining, and it seems like it's something we need to do, but also how many rental units are we going to have in our city versus people that own property, and looking at our budget in the future and how we generate funds for our budget. So those are the things that I have in mind, but I have not seen Cindy's email yet, so I'll take a look at it, and if one of the planners can answer or give us something, that will be fine with me too. Thanks.
Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I love the discussion because you're looking at it from a broad picture, and I think we definitely need to look at it that way and can't just think of it as just a new cut. But one comment and a couple of questions. The comment is on the bonus. I think the bonus idea is nice. My concern with the bonus idea is the house that's on that current lot was probably put there like in the middle of the lot, so the bonus may not even be a factor because the current house location may not be you may not be able to put other additional houses there because of the way that the old house is situated on the lot. Just a thought about where the bonus goes into play. A couple of technical questions. Parking. If you go from multiple units, now you have parking. And then the next technical question was just the height restriction. Is it the same? And those are just on the technical side. And the street facade. I thought that I read where there needs to be an entrance on the street facing facade, and then I thought that was changed, and I'm not quite sure about that. Is there a street facade requirement for the entranceway or not? And so just a couple technical questions, but I love the discussion. I think this definitely deserves a lot more debate.
Yeah, I'll just say that the only thing that worries me about this is, well, not the only thing. I guess the thing that worries me most is, I think the thing that would make the situation a lot worse, and what I would really hate to see, is loss of really contributing historic structures, and swapping those out for more of the same development the kind of development that I think we already are seeing a lot of right now in Salt Lake City. But worse than that, I think, would be the land banking. I mean, I hate seeing anywhere in our city, especially in downtown and in Central City, vacant lots. And I would just hate to see us do anything that might encourage that, or the accumulation of those lots for land banking.
Mr. Chair, can I address a few of the comments that have been made?
Please.
So first off, I want to say we absolutely support and recognize the concerns with displacement. And when this project started, it started at the same time, roughly, that the housing mitigation or update also started. That project has been delayed for a variety of reasons, and so this one moved ahead at a faster pace. But we certainly do recognize that we need to address that as well. One of the things that we already know is happening is that, particularly in the RMF zones, we're already seeing displacement happen. It's the place where most of the displacement in the city is happening. It's happening for a number of reasons. One, the larger lots that have the lot area for the townhomes are being demolished and replaced with townhomes. One of the problems with that is that the density requirements for townhomes limit the number of units that can be put in there. And so those units become more and more expensive than they would if they could get additional units. And that's something we've heard directly from developers, that their pro formas don't work out when they're limited to 3 or 4 units, but they could make it work with 5 or 6. And so, or make it less or more affordable. The reality is that when we're dealing with new construction, unless there's some sort of much larger incentive or financial incentives, we are going to see housing prices increase. And that's kind of the reality that we're facing, partly because it is so difficult to find property to build housing on. So you've heard me say this before, 80% of the property in our city doesn't allow housing at all. Part of the solution is rethinking some of those areas that are zoned in a way that prohibits housing. That's a huge component of addressing our housing realities. Furthermore, when you break that down further, 60% of the land that allows housing only allows single family. That doesn't include those properties that are zoned RMF 30 that do not have the land area for anything other than a single family home. So the reality is that percentage of land in the city where you can only build a single family home is likely higher than that. And I think that graphic showed, I can't remember the exact percentage, but a fairly significant percentage of these 1,000 properties owned RMF 30 that could only be a single family home under current zoning, regardless of that. And so those are some of the realities that we're facing. One of the things that happens in cities that don't allow housing to be built or severely limit it is that you actually see gentrification and displacement happen at very quick rates because there's no options for people, particularly for those people who work in lower income professions. So our service workers and things like that. And so that's one of the reasons why in Salt Lake City, teachers, et cetera, are living outside of the city because they can't afford to do it. And so there is a component, a market-based component to that. And I think that's a reality that we're going to have to face as a city is how do we deal with that? We obviously don't necessarily have the funds to pay our way out of it. It's a component of it, but we also have to seriously consider the market changes and market needs and how zoning responds to those. Zoning is it's a long game, is how I like to describe it. You make changes now and you start seeing changes 10 or 15 or 20 years down the road. And I think we're in the midst of that with the 1995 downzoning of the city. We're starting to see the ramifications of that. And this is completely anecdotal evidence, and I'm hesitant to bring it up because it's my own personal evidence. But in 1999, when I was a student and my spouse worked in retail and I worked in a restaurant, we were able to afford a house in Salt Lake City. We could maybe afford our house currently in our same neighborhood. And so that is just the reality that we're facing. A lot of that is because we limit where housing can be built.
Nick, can you clarify really quick before I call in Councilmember Mono what you mean about that 80% of the city doesn't allow housing? How can that be right?
So it's because of how we're zoned and where we limit it. So if you were to look at a map, and I wish I had this image up, most of our city is zoned. Our largest single land area in terms of land area in zone is our M1 zone. Almost I think it's right around 30% of our city is zoned that. We also have a big chunk of our city that is housing is prohibited because of the location of the airport. That particularly is a good thing to have because we don't want people to live in areas where we're creating environmental hazards and it's unhealthy for them to live. The second largest zoning district we have in the city is open space. So that's a big component of it as well. And when you add all those zoning districts up that don't allow zoning and you throw in the preservation of City Creek Canyon as a natural area, we actually don't have a lot of area to build housing in this city. And we're happy to provide a chart and a table that shows the total land area of every zoning district in the city as an FYI. I think we've shown that before, but that is why we don't have it. So 80% of that of the land in the city doesn't allow for housing.
Wow. Okay. So I followed on, or sorry, I told Councilmember Mono he could go next, and then Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I think one thing we need to understand is that under the current RMF zones, we actually are encouraging land banking and demolition because, for instance, in my neighborhood, which is RMF 35, actually supposed to be more dense than what we're even talking about right now. The lot that where my house is cannot build anything. So my only option to build multifamily in this RMF 35 zone is to buy multiple properties, combine them, demolish everything on them, and then build tall, 3-story, 4-story apartment buildings. If I'm going to do that, I'm also going to probably just ask for a rezone, and we're going to get the same thing that we're getting everywhere else throughout the city. I think right now we do not have a zone that allows that adequately allows infill development of multifamily housing, which would be more compatible with current single family and small multifamily fabric of some neighborhoods. So right now, in order to build multifamily housing in a lot of these zones, the only option is to demolish houses and combine multiple lots. Whereas with this proposal, we could see smaller, more neighborhood sensitive, less sort of impactful on the immediate neighbors, but I think could have a big impact on increasing the number of units, because we have all these small lots that could be developed on their own, rather than requiring us to combine multiple into one. So maybe there's some stronger mitigation strategies, and maybe there's some stronger things needed for the maximum lot sizes, so that we don't get the combining of lots. But I actually think that this helps avoid some of the current practices which are causing historic homes to be demolished. Obviously, that's not the same in every single situation, but I know there's some situations where the current zoning, the only way to do it is to demolish.
Okay, I think Councilmember Johnston, did you have your hand up next?
Yeah, I'm not, I can clarify again, I'm not opposed to the underlying premise of looking at this change from RMF 35. I mean, the planning department said very clearly why it makes sense, and it does. But I also think developers are looking in certain areas. Nick knows this. I mean, they're not looking in certain other areas where there's a lot of open space infill available. They're looking at very specific neighborhoods to put this in. And so that's where I'm a little concerned that without the housing loss mitigation sort of ordinance, certain neighborhoods are going to be disproportionately affected by this particular change in other neighborhoods. And it is a long game. I get it. Do we have an update on where that ordinance might sit at this point, though?
Council Chair, I'd be happy to speak to that.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
So we started off a couple of years ago working on the updates to this ordinance, and discovered that the complicated formulas for housing loss per unit and the definition of affordable and a couple of other factors required us to take a step back. At that time, we created a technical committee. It's an approach that planning typically uses to coordinate with several entities within the city. So we have attorney, planning staff, housing and neighborhood development staff, building services, and I'm going to leave somebody off, and I apologize for that. But that group has only had the opportunity to really get together one time prior to the pandemic hitting us with other priorities. So we are still committed to working on ordinance, and we are actually entertaining possibilities of engaging a consultant to help us determine which of the components of the housing loss mitigation ordinance are the most critical in order to preserve housing units and be able to prevent as much displacement as possible.
If I can add as well, just to the mitigation thing, one of the major things where we're seeing displacement right now is with older units, particularly multifamily units, having to make upgrades and changes to compete on the market. Those units are more of the naturally occurring affordable units. And when that investment is going into them, which that part's a good thing, but the flip side of that is that those rents are going up. And you can drive all over the city and find existing buildings that have gone through that, particularly in the East Downtown area, because it is a very desirable place to live right now. And so that's part of what has to be a component of a housing mitigation, and it's very challenging to figure that out when it's not new construction and it's not demolition. It's simply upgrading units to compete. And I don't know, frankly, the best way to deal with that given the legal requirements and what we can do as a city. It may be something that's out of our control, but it certainly is something that needs to be considered as we move forward. And I don't know that we necessarily have the expertise on staff to do that. And Lonnie can maybe weigh in on this too, but it may be something that we need to seek some outside help to figure that part out.
Council Chair, I would say yes, we are considering having some exterior assistance with that effort, and hopefully we'll be able to engage with that in the next couple of months.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Do you want me to address the questions Councilmember Duggan had?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So we understand that the bonus unit has some limitations depending on the property. So it's going to be site specific, and that accounts for parking as well. So they might be limited to the parking, although the bonus unit does not require any additional parking. But yeah, obviously for the other unit that they would need in order to get that bonus unit, they're limited on their site design and their parking. The other question was regarding the building entrance. Right now, RMF 30 zoning district only requires a building entrance facing the street, and that could be just a door. We're going a little more on that and requesting that there is a building entry feature that relates to existing neighborhoods, and we see a lot of them have porches or canopies or something of that sort. So that's what we would be requiring with this modification. I hope I answered all the questions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead and move on to item number. Oh, wait, hold on. We are at our break. And luckily we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great. So let's go ahead and take, we'll go ahead and break for 30 minutes and everybody come back at 4:30. let's go ahead and get started again then. We're at agenda item number 7, which is the zoning map amendment for 402 and 416 East, 900 South. This is a follow-up briefing, and this is the area currently where the Southeast Market is currently located. So with us for the briefing, we have Nick Tarbett from the City Council office, Molly Robinson, Planning Manager, Blake Thomas, Director of CAN, Jen McGrath, Deputy Director of CAN, and Nick Norris, Planning Director. We also have with us Kathia Dang, the applicant, and Mary Warner, the applicant's architect. Nick, do you want to go ahead and take us through it?
I would love to. Thank you. I'll give just a quick summary of how we got to where we're at. This has been in process for a while. And then if the council has questions after that about anything else, we can go over that. We'll start with this petition first came to the council back in July of 2019. That was the first work session briefing on this. I guess I should explain. This is a rezone amendment, proposed rezone amendment for the properties at 402 and 416 East 900 South, from CN and RB to CB, that's community business. The reason is for the request is that the parcel at 416 is split zoned RB and CNN, and the applicant would like to make that consistent to CB across the two parcels. So as I stated just earlier, this first came to the council in July 2019, where the council had a work session briefing. After going through the planning staff's overview and the applicant's comments, there was no significant questions, so the council moved forward with a public meeting set for August. At that meeting, there was quite a few comments from the community expressing some concerns and having questions about the potential rezone. So the public hearing was continued to a future meeting, and then a few of the council members asked to have a meeting set up between the applicant and the property owners to go over the concerns. That meeting was held in November of 2019. And out of that, one of the questions was whether or not there was another zone that was more appropriate. The applicant said, sure, we'll look at it. We'll talk with planning to see if there's anything else that could work. And after some further review by them, they decided that they still wanted to continue on with the request for the CB rezone. So that brings us to March 3rd of this year, 2020. There was a second work session briefing where the council was briefed on this. During that time, one question was raised by the council that asked for follow-up. It was about the potential of ensuring or requiring that whatever building is developed there faces 900 South, whether or not we could guarantee that could happen. The applicant has expressed support for that. They've indicated that any type of development they would do would naturally front 900 South. And so in talking with the attorney's office, they've said that, yeah, we could put that into as a condition of the ordinance. We talked with the applicant. They said they would be willing to do that. And so if the council decides to move forward with this, that is an option the council has to include. And then we're here for this follow-up briefing now just to, there was a public hearing set for April 7th, which was canceled because that was at the start of the pandemic. The applicant wanted to hold back for just a little bit to make sure everybody could get their ducks in a row on how to do public hearings and whatnot, since that was the beginning of the COVID pandemic. Since then, they've decided we've been able to process enough of these, showing that we are able to do land use petitions successfully. So now it's time to bring this back up for discussion. So that's the summary of how we've got to where we're at. Are there any questions from the council on this? Do you need an overview of the actual zoning again?
Council members? Councilmember Dugan?
I remember there was one question about patios or the setback on the east side on Denver. And I can't remember how that was addressed. If there was some outdoor dining or some other issues the residents were concerned about.
Yeah, so I'll let Molly, I guess, go into the details if there are more. the original concern was if the building was fronted on Denver Street, that could lessen the potential buffer between the property directly to the south and this building. So that concern is somewhat taken care of, not taken care of, but somewhat mitigated by ensuring that the building frontage is on 900 South. That will increase the required setback on those on the southern boundary of this property.
And also on the boundary on the eastern side of Denver, because that's just the side boundary.
Yeah, the building setbacks would just apply over there.
Okay.
Other questions? Councilmember Dugan, or sorry, Mono.
Yeah, so two of the concerns that I've read in recent communication with neighbors is the proposed uses that would be allowed. Can we just address that real quick? What CB allows in terms of use that the other current zones do not? Because it seemed to me like if we require that the frontage be on 9th South, the bulk sizes, like the heights and things weren't that much different, but there was concern about the allowable uses. Do we have any information on that?
Molly, do you happen off the top of your head to know the difference in the uses? I'm trying to look it up real quick.
I'm just trying to pull it up myself. If you can give me just a moment to do that. Was there a specific land use that you questioned? I feel like we had that in there was like a comparison table in one of the staff reports in terms of uses.
And I may have seen that in the flyer that went out had like the sizes. There was a question from a neighbor about like drive-throughs, motels, taverns, strip malls, gas stations. Are those things that would be allowed in this?
So I can jump through a couple of those things. Let's see, where did that go? There's lots of conditional uses for like alcohol serving establishments in most zones, like bars, but certainly for a CB, a bar is a conditional use, a brew pub is a conditional use, a tavern is a conditional use. All would have to go to the Planning Commission for their consideration, though keeping in mind that unless there is some kind of condition that the planning staff recommends and that the Planning Commission finds would help buffer that use from another use, there's not a lot of teeth in the ordinance to say no to those uses per se. That's kind of the nature of a conditional use.
Thanks, Molly. Will that already be the case though with the RB and the CN, or is there something different about CB that would make a bar allowable? I don't know of one either, but that was a concern brought by the neighbors. So.
Yes. So a conditional use for a bar establishment is a bar establishment is a conditional use in the RB. Brew pubs and taverns are not allowed in the RB, but restaurants are. There is a restaurant right next door. And then in the, sorry, I'm jumping back and forth to different tables because I don't have the right thing right in front of me. In the CN, a bar is a conditional use. And
Molly, it's Councilmember Bono. It's on page 40 of the administrative transmittal.
thank you. I was having trouble getting to that page.
Yeah. There are drive-throughs are a permitted use in the CB zone for a financial institution, and it looks like, I just want to double check, a restaurant as well. Those are both permitted in the CB.
Okay, thank you. I also want to say thanks to the applicant for being patient on this and allowing it to be stalled. I know you've been really patient, so appreciate that. I know the neighbors appreciated that as well. Thanks for letting us figure out this remote land use application thing.
Councilmember
Hi, hi Molly. I have a question on the on this. I'm not sure if it's a condition or by ordinance that we're going, so that whatever development that happens faces 900 South. So is this like a perpetual order for whoever owns this property, for even if we changed the zoning, you know, on this one property in the future? Is it something that it's permanent forever or reversible at some point?
I believe the idea that I think we've kind of discussed among staff is that it's a zoning condition. The zoning condition is recorded against the parcel, and for example, Salt Lake County uses these a lot. They also record the rezoning ordinance against the parcel. So it would go with the property and not just, you know, a one-time thing.
All right. Thank you. That's good to know. And I hope the applicant understands, you know, fully what that means. In case in the future they would like to sell it, like this will be recorded against their property, like the title. So I'm happy that they're willing to do that as well. Thank you.
Yep.
Council members, I'm just scrolling through to see if anybody has their hand up. Anyone else have questions on this item?
Mr. Chair, if I may, would it be
Yes.
possible to hear from the applicant on that, just so that they can confirm publicly whether or not they do support that condition?
Sure. Is it Miss Dang?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you again for having this meeting. We're happy to be here and get this moving along. Our original proposal on this is just to rectify a split zone issue, as you are all aware of. And based on all the suggestions and the information that both Nick and Molly have given us, that is all we still hold that to be true. And then the new ordinance, provision in the ordinance to ensure that all future development stays at the front yard facing 9 South, we're in full support of. We're actually really happy about that. We don't want it to disturb the neighborhood or the neighbors any more than it needs to be. So absolutely, we're happy to do that. We're happy to work towards that. Does that answer your question for the time being?
Yes, I believe so. Does anybody else have any other questions or follow-up for Ms. Dang? All right, doesn't look like it. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, can I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say the council will have, per the council policy, to have 2 public hearings on this. Set the date for October 6th and October 20th. The public will be able to come and speak to that. And per policy, the council would have the opportunity to consider taking action on the night of the 2nd public hearing as well.
Okay.
Am I on? Okay. So I also just want to reiterate something. I don't know, Nick, do you have that photo of the archive photo of what the building looked like that we sent to you your way, and I wonder if you could share that in the meeting?
Yeah, Bobby, can you pull that up for us?
So that's one of them, right? Do you have the other one by chance? There it is. Okay, so may I just make a comment on, as you are all seeing this?
Yes.
I just want to reiterate that this specific property is unique in the sense that it has been used as a commercial business for over 80 years. As you can see in this archival photo, the footprint of the building has not changed. It is not our intention to change, we love the frontage. There used to be windows there where now it's all been boarded up and stuccoed over. We would really like to be able to not necessarily develop this property, but kind of bring it back to life as it once was. There are a lot of structural issues that will eventually become a liability if not addressed. And in order for us to even move forward, we are just looking for a sense of direction. And, at the time of this image that you're looking at, there was no zone discrepancy. It was not a split zone, I don't believe at that time. In purchasing this property, it's also not our mistake that it is currently the way it is. We're just asking for a sense of direction. Whatever zone it is that you would like for us to have, we just need to move forward from it so that we can rectify some of the issues in order for us to redevelop this property and bring it back to a vivacious, piece of property that is usable and safe for everyone else's use. I hope that helps in you making your decision moving forward. And thank you all for your time. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. All right, unless there are any other questions, we'll move on to next item, which is item number 8, county sales tax for transportation projects. We have Ben Ludke from the council office, John Larson, transportation director, Blake Thomas, director of CAN, and Jen McGrath, CAN deputy director. Ben, go ahead and lead us through when you're ready.
I thought it would be helpful, Mr. Chair, to start with a little background on this funding source.
Sure.
It's a relatively new funding source. This is the second year it's been available for the city. It's great to have an ongoing sales tax dedicated to transportation. It was authorized by Senate Bill 136 of 2018. And the quarter cent means a tax of 1 penny for every $4 that is spent in the county. It doesn't sound like much, but it adds up to $58 million countywide in the most recent year, and $4.7 million for Salt Lake City specifically. The funding is split per state law. 40% of the tax revenue goes to UTA. Another 40% is divided between the cities, and the remaining 20% goes to the county. The Wasatch Front Regional Council summarized the allowable uses of this funding source as follows. It can be used to develop new roads or enhance, such as widening existing roads. It can fund active transportation, such as bike and pedestrian projects, or it can fund transit enhancements. And importantly, the funding can also go to maintenance and upkeep of existing facilities. So this is a really flexible funding source that can go to new amenities, maintaining current ones, or replacing ones that have spent their useful life. In a few minutes, attachment 1 will be put up on the screen so you can see the summary of the 11 projects. 10 of those projects, totaling $6.9 million, was placed into a holding account as part of the fiscal year 21 annual budget. And the council included a budget contingency that is shown on page 1 of the staff report. The contingency says that that funding is being held pending the administration briefing the council on plans for a redesigned CIP process. Now, the council has the flexibility to release some, all, or none of the funding from the contingency at any time that you choose. So for example, the council could decide that some time-sensitive or some priority projects, that funding could be released and the rest would stay in the holding account. It's entirely up to the council. You don't have to decide today. There is an 11th project shown on attachment 1. It was $300,000 for multimodal infrastructure. That was approved as part of the annual budget. The funding went to the protected bike lanes in the downtown area. Some of the council members have also requested that this funding be included in CIP in future years. So it would be reviewed by the advisory board, receive funding recommendations from them, etc. There are a few policy questions on page 2 of the staff report for the council to consider. Some of them are, what delegation of authority is the council comfortable with for this funding source? On one end of the spectrum, the council could say, we want to review each project budget individually. On the other end, the council would just approve all of the funding for transportation and delegate to the administration what projects those would go to. And there are many spots in between those two extremes. For example, the council gives funding each year to reconstruct streets, but delegates to the administration the selection of those specific streets. Some other policy issues the council may want to discuss is a potential contingency if there are revenue shortfalls. This is a sales tax revenue source, and sales tax is much more volatile compared to other revenue sources the city receives. And another topic that's come up recently is whether constituent project requests would have access to these funds. That's all I have for an intro. John Larson, the transportation director, is here, and he'll start with a short presentation, and then we'll go through attachment 1 to look at each of the 11 projects. Bobby, do you have that presentation ready? There it is.
Great. Thanks, Ben, and thank you, Council Chair and members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity. Many of you probably know I love talking about transportation projects, so I've been really looking forward to this. So, building on what Ben has said, the transportation funding landscape for Salt Lake City changed considerably in 2018, and then we really saw that manifest starting last year with the Funding Our Future money, and then this this county quarter-cent per transportation money, and so it created some wonderful problems for us on how do we get, and it has really forced us to ask the question of how do we make sure that these funds are expended in the best way possible. One of the first things we asked for was additional staff for planning and project delivery, and that was in last year's budget. And so, thank you for that. We were able to hire additional staff, and starting last fall, in earnest, really dove into developing a more robust, transparent, data-driven process for project prioritization and selection. Our goal with this is to make it so that it's easier for you to make decisions, so that you have the information that you need to make informed decisions on how to spend these transportation dollars. And then also just to be a data-driven process is also more likely to be an equitable process instead of just a process that focuses on the the loudest voices in the room. And so we call it lovingly the Q-tip. So this is still a work in process. This is our first year. We've kind of been building it as we go. The Quality Transportation Improvement Program is what this would be. And the idea is that this would be updated annually. And again, totally transparent and with the goal of helping to make it easier to make decisions, for you to make decisions based on for how to spend these funds. So we start with a GIS is a geographic information system. So it's the fusion of data and maps. We use a GIS-based scoring process for the initial scoring of projects. We gathered up all the projects from master plans, internal requests, citizen requests, and we came up with close to 1,000 projects citywide that potentially we could work on from a transportation perspective. And we threw them all in this hopper with 21 different factors to help score them based on things like sustainability, equity, safety, and good governance, which are the what we had briefed you previously on. That will be the pillars for the transportation master plan update. And then that then rolls over into the area of professional judgment that, once you have scoring, then there's other things that maybe don't show up in the scoring to help that you need to consider when deciding, which projects ought to move forward or not. And so those are considerations like, does it help complete a usable network? Are there anticipated threats or opportunities? Are there opportunities for collaboration with other agencies or neighboring cities that maybe they have a lot of political energy and money that they're bringing to the table? Is there community support or readiness? Some neighborhoods embrace certain types of projects, and other neighborhoods are very averse to those same types of projects. And then changing conditions, such as land use changes, et cetera. And then also matching funding opportunities. There's some projects that might not rank, they might be kind of middle of the road ranking wise, but they might knock it out of the park for a state or county grant. And therefore, you might move them up higher on the list just because they match really well with other funding or grant opportunities. So we go to the next slide. So on this is our data-based scoring. So some of the criteria that we used is things like concentrations of crashes, interaction with master plans, equity data that we pulled from the census, from the Wasatch Front Regional Council and from Utah Transit Authority, pavement condition, proximity to employment centers, the ability to provide access to opportunities. We go to the next slide. So here's an example of what that might look like a spot project. You do a little buffer around that, like a 5-minute walk from that project. And then if we go to this, then this is the last slide on the next one. This is kind of what it looks like with layering, not all of the data, but some of the data, what that could look like. So a potential project, and then we did this for all 900 some odd projects that we threw in the hopper. So you look at, how does this project, does it overlay with an area that might have a lot of crashes, or is it provide walk or bike access to a high priority transit route? Are there high concentrations of minorities that traditionally are underserved? Again, that's not the exhaustive list. There, I think we're up to like 22 criteria that feed into this. But equity is a huge component, and then also just pulling back, also another important consideration that is probably more on the professional judgment side of things is when you pull back and look at the projects that rank well, obviously you have to consider, are we considering, geographic equity as far as like spreading projects and money around the city. So that was kind of a quick overview of the Q-tip process. We had sent a transmittal. We'd be happy to provide a more in-depth briefing if council desires on that process and how you would like to see that process work, how you would like to interact with that. We wanted to be as open and transparent as possible about it. Again, it's all about us trying to provide data to help you with decision making.
Okay, thank you, John. Questions from council members? Councilmember Romano?
So just so I'm clear, and I'm sure it's in here, but the Q-tip process is new, and the 11 projects we're currently looking at, 10 of which are in the holding account. Was the Q-tip process used for that, or that was an older process that was used to identify those projects?
So we began really in earnest to develop this process last fall. So it was kind of the initial elements of this process were used to select these projects. So I guess the answer is yes. And yes, it is new. It's really a standard to have a TIP, a transportation improvement program, is standard for like state DOTs and for departments of transportation in larger cities around the country. And I think as we transition into kind of looking like and functioning like a larger city, really felt, and especially with these new funding sources, we really felt like it was time to have a more formal process for project selection. And so yes, this is brand new. So we're wide open for thoughts and feedback on it, but we really think that the added benefits of having kind of a 5-year lookout on your transportation program is that it gets you a lot more organized. Since I've started in this position, one of my obsessions has been figuring out how we can move quicker from turning money into projects. When I first started, one of the big complaints I heard was that projects got funded, but then the funding would just sit, and it was taking too long to turn that over. But if we are able to have more of the planning and programming done in advance, and we've laid the groundwork, then by the time council provides the funding, we're already halfway down the road. And so we'll be able to deliver it more quickly. It also makes it so that we're more competitive for grant opportunities, because we have a much better understanding of the projects that we want. They're in priority. We know which projects are funded and to what extent. So if we have a project that's half funded and then a new state funding opportunity comes up that's willing to fund 60% of a project, like that just happened last year, then we can start pulling projects off of that list, which is actually what we did, and we're able to pull in, I think, between $4 and $5 million of state funding for some of our projects.
So
yeah,
one additional question is, you laid out the 2 phases of the Q-tip process. Is there a previous phase? I mean, the GIS system doesn't generate the ideas for the projects, right? There's like inputs that humans have come up with that put those ideas through this scoring system. So how does that like initial list of ideas, is that just you or the mayor or the community? Like, how do we get those inputs into the system to screen them in the first place?
I would say all of the above. I think that's a fantastic question. But yeah, it's, I mean, we get constant requests from, from the mayor, from council members, from other, staff internal to our division, from staff elsewhere in the city, from residents, from community council chairs. So it's, there's a lot of fantastic ideas, but the thing that is kind of a struggle is knowing, like, okay, what's a fair way to decide which ideas get funded and which ones don't, and especially when they pile up really quick. So yeah, I'd say all the above, and having adopted master plans really helps. So we have our bike ped master plan and the transit master plan, and then we're working on updating the complete transportation master plan that will tie all the pieces together. But that helps a lot as well, to just kind of provide direction and some clarity.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, John, for the presentation. I have a similar question to Councilmember Romano. Help me understand how this works in relation to the CIP process. Within the CIP process, external to it, give me a sense of that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks for asking. So when I first started, a mere 3 years ago, the CIP was really the main source of transportation funding, and so it was a lot easier to program the projects. And now that we have, Funding Our Future and the county $0.25, and then there's other grant opportunities that popped up, it gets really complicated. So the idea with this is that it covers all of that, so that we can think comprehensively about how we blend those funding sources and really maximize all of them in order to fund the best projects possible. Because some projects match up really well with some funding sources, some don't. Like, for example, Class C funds, which come from gas tax, which have been around for decades. You can't fund trails or active transportation projects, or very minimally active transportation projects with that pot of money. Whereas the fourth quarter is highly flexible. I don't know if I'm answering that. So with this county $0.25 money, it hasn't been included into the CIP. I don't think that was necessarily an intentional thing one way or another. I think it was just a brand new funding source, and no one really knew exactly where to put it yet. But I think having that be part of the CIP process would make a lot of sense. Although they're, carving off certain elements of it to go to things like maintenance and whatnot. Obviously, maybe that would be outside of separate but related to the CIP process. But
Mr. Chair,
so Class C funds are included in the CIP process. I could see the $0.25 money being included as well. But the Q-tip would just help us make more sense of it.
That's where I'm trying to understand this. So with the CIP process, we know we have the revenue, we have the projects that come in various ways. Revenue comes in that way. And then it goes before a citizen board, and all of them are listed out. They make recommendations, goes to the mayor's office, recommendations comes to us. But we have a complete list of everything that was proposed, every project, top to bottom, funded, unfunded, recommendations, etc. That's what I'm trying to figure out from a council perspective. I like the idea of this going in CIP because I can see a full list of everything, and whether I agree or disagree with the recommendations, it's there. Things don't get sort of sorted out before they get to me, because if a constituent has a request and I say, well, it didn't show up on my list, I got to really talk to them where to go, because really that should be part of my purview as a council member, right? So that's what I'm trying to get to. How does the Q-tip and this process fit within CIP? Because I think that's where it needs to go in some way. I'm not opposed to the Q-tip as a mechanism to, as you said earlier, to give some standardization to how we prioritize bringing down the factors. I think it's all great. I'm fearful that it gets moved outside of CIP and it becomes less transparent to us and more sort of made decision before it gets to us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, I would recommend that all the capital projects from this $0.25 fund go through the CIP process. And that you see the Q-tip as a kind of a mechanism to add additional data-driven decision-making and more transparency for the process. In no way do we want it to be like a black box that, you know, like the technical staff, that we just kind of come up with our recommendations and no one knows why or how. That's, you know, the furthest thing from what we want for it to be. Because we want it to be as transparent and data-driven as possible. Recognizing that, you know, it's your purview as council to look at those priorities and, you know, and weigh in and shuffle projects around as needed if you feel, you know, that that's necessary. Similar to the State Transportation Commission, the way that they have this, you know, UDOT has a TIP process, and then the commission approves it, and they, you know, they have that ability to say, like, look, this is a really high priority project and we need to move this up. What are the impacts of that? And then having a Q-tip in place, you can understand that and do those sorts of, you know, adjustments as needed.
So one thing I might ask Mr. Chair for our next briefing on this, it comes back to us, is sort of, if we could put visually in how the Q-tip fits within the CIP and that process for us to help me understand how that fits, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Chair, sorry, it's Cindy. Could we ask you to formalize that request? That request has come up before, but it hasn't been formalized, and so we don't quite know how to follow up on it. So at some point before you conclude, if you could do a straw poll to see if the whole council agrees that you'd like to consolidate. Thank you.
Yeah, let's do that now. So we don't forget. So Council Member Johnson, will you state your request?
I'd like to make a straw poll, Mr. Chair, that we, our intent is for the Q-tip to be a mechanism to help in evaluating transportation projects, but the transportation monies and projects go through the CIP process.
Okay. Does everyone understand the straw poll? Okay. So go ahead and indicate your support or non-support. I see a thumbs up from Councilmember Johnston, Aldemoros, Dugan, Mono, Rogers. I'm a thumbs up as well.
I'm a thumbs up.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Councilmember Fowler is here. She's just not on video.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah. She had to telephone in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Twice.
And so that's a unanimous support for that. And then Jen Bruno, you had chimed in for a minute. Did you have a question, or was it? Do we already address it?
I think it's mostly been addressed. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on this item?
Maybe.
Councilmember Johnston.
Now that we've taken the straw poll, John, are there specific concerns or things we're gonna have to work through that you need to bring up now, or we can bring them up offline later?
With regards to, sorry, could you clarify?
The Q-tip in relation to CIP or the monies in CIP, any concerns on your end? It sounded like there weren't, but I want to make sure.
No, I really don't have any concern with those funds being included in the CIP process. You know, I think recognizing that not all of that fourth quarter money currently is programmed for capital projects, and so I think you know, that would just have to be part of the budgeting process. For example, some of the staff that we requested 2 budget cycles ago came out of this fund, and they're the ones that are helping with the project delivery. I mean, obviously, those funds wouldn't go through CIP, but.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions?
Mr. Chair, if the discussion about project prioritization and incorporation of this into CIP is at a stopping point, we do have the 11 projects. If the council wants to have an overview of what the proposed projects are.
Right. Yes, I do want to do that. I just had a question, John, that we were in a meeting this morning about neighbors in my district wanting to do certain projects, citizen-sponsored projects like art at intersections, things like that. Is this something that you're envisioning that they could do that through this Q-tip CIP process that we just talked about?
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I would love to figure that out with all of you. What process, could work for the council and administration for people to be able to, nominate projects.
And Mr. Chair, if I could chime in, I think that the legislative intent relating to CIP, because if the council remembers, the CIP process itself was not exactly what the council intended this last year either. And what the council asked of the administration and the legislative intent was to work together with the council to actually redesign and formalize the CIP process. Mm-hmm. And so rather than having a separate process just for the Q-tip, I think what I'm hearing is that there will be a CIP process in which transportation funds will flow. The Q-tip will sort of guide some things and how projects get prioritized in the CIP process, but that it's the CIP process itself that is where you kind of figure out all those. How does a constituent apply? Because in my mind, constituent applications could be eligible for impact fees. They could be eligible for Class C funds. And why, in my mind, it's more streamlined to have one place where we tell people how to access city funds. And then on the back end, us city people figure out which funds are appropriate for the project.
Got you. Yeah, that's great. And that makes sense. And my only concern with that is that just to argue against myself a little bit, I think we should have opportunities where we can encourage our residents to apply for city funds but I also want to make sure that there is an equity component to that. And so I think if that to make sure that just because maybe one district has really effective CIP application writers that district doesn't necessarily get all the funding or all the attention. So I don't know if there's a way to do that. If that's when we formalize this process, if there's a way to make that one of the considerations for the board or something like that, I don't know. But any thoughts that you have on that, John, too, would be helpful. Or maybe there's a set aside for every district of a certain amount each year. And maybe it's not set in stone, but first priority, each district gets first priority of this much money. And then if they want to do more, then they can go above and beyond that or something like that. I don't know. I just thought of that in the moment. So there might be a better way to do it. Yes, Director Blake Thomas.
Hello, Chair Warden. Thanks.
Hi.
I was thinking similar to you along those lines as well, as far as the equity considerations, and want to thank John for the real data-driven approach that he's brought with these dollars. One of the other items I wanted to raise was including this in the CIP and how that might affect the process or potentially make it more cumbersome for partnerships with other jurisdictions. So John, if you don't mind, seeing as this is a new source, what is the timeline on these dollars as they come to the city and are made available?
It's an annual thing. So it was authorized. The state authorized the county to raise the sales tax. The county then put it into place. And so I don't know the mechanisms. I need to talk with finance about how that mechanism actually works. But it flows, I think, quarterly into the city. And so my understanding is that an annual budget allocation, similar to many other funding sources, is probably the most likely scenario going forward.
Thanks, John. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I just, as we consider that CIP component, I wouldn't want to have these dollars be less nimble than they potentially could be as we strategize. So, thank you.
Any other questions before we go through the list of projects? Mary Beth says she can speak onto how the how funding comes in. Mary Beth, are you there?
I am here. Thank
Okay.
you, Council Chair. So the funding currently comes from the Tax Commission. When this was proposed, the council had to actually adopt an ordinance for the county in order for the city to receive their portion of the quarter cent, or county option tax is what we call it. It comes directly from the Tax Commission into Salt Lake City's coffers, and is this current fiscal year will be directly deposited into the transportation fund. So it'll be on a monthly basis and comes in just like sales tax comes in.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mary Beth, for that. Let's go ahead and go through the list, Ben.
Bobby, can you put it up? There we go. And then John, can you take us through the 11 projects?
Sure. Would it be possible to zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, one page at a time.
So again, we base this off of kind of, you know, our very first iteration of this prioritization process, based heavily off of, you know, feedback that we've heard over the years, and from adopted city plans, such as the pedestrian bicycle master plan and the transit master plan. So these first items are, because these weren't characterized as CIP projects, then they dropped, the default is that they would drop to fund balance, even though these are capital projects. So, you know, another benefit of having this go through CIP. But the previous year, these top 3 items had been allocated, and so we're basically just asking that they're, or maybe it's the top 4 items, we're just asking that they be reallocated. So urban trails, 9 Line and Folsom Trail. Folsom Trail is basically 100% funded, but we need maybe a little bit for some odds and ends things that come up, like having to pay fees for a right-of-way permit or something. And then the rest would go to the 9 Line Trail. So the Folsom Trail begins construction this fall. The 9 Line, we are currently under design for the central section of the 9 Line from about 6th West to 9th East. So, which is really exciting to be able to knock out, you know, that big complicated section all at once. And that would be in conjunction with the 9th South reconstruction project, which is part of the Funding Our Future Streets Bond. The next project is, these are basic, this is enough to, $500,000 is enough to upgrade 2 aging traffic signals. And then we're calling it multimodal intersection upgrades, just to allow some flexibility to be able to also, you know, just look at, you know, bicycle and pedestrian needs, as long as we're upgrading the signal, to look at, you know, are there other multimodal needs at that intersection that could be addressed at that time. The third item, neighborhood street safety and livability. The intent for this is that most of, if not all, this would go to 500 North on the west side, which is a street where that the tragic accident of that little girl was killed a year or 2 ago. And we had promised the neighborhood that we would deliver some safety improvements there. So those are being studied right now. We're hoping to be able to start construction next spring. The next one would be laying groundwork for the 6th and 10th North bus routes. So things like bus stops, transit signal upgrades, crosswalks, pedestrian safety, et cetera. And then moving down, now we're getting into recommendations for the new funding coming in for the current fiscal year. Again, having an urban trails item, and now that Folsom and Nine Line are funded, some of this could go to kind of the eastern section. There's a few little segments of the Nine Line, such as getting it safely through Foothill. We're actually currently already working with UDOT to make improvements at the Foothill and Sunnyside intersection. And so this provide funding to actually do the implementation there, as well as, I'm sorry, did someone have a question? No, it's just a dog barking. Okay.
Sure, John, I have a question for you on the one before.
Okay.
500 North project. Are we coordinating that with the 600 North, 500 North West corridor analysis as well?
Correct. Yeah, we added that to the scope of work for that project so that it's so it's all coordinated.
So this is just a portion of that entire project then, correct?
Yeah, it's almost kind of like a side project. It's like a smaller related project.
It's just a portion of it.
Yeah, a small portion.
Okay.
So back to the urban trails. So some of this could go to, studying trails like the Red Butte Creek Trail, looking at how to get the 9 Line more safely across the 600 West Railroad crossing. One project that is we're very interested in is on 4th South. It's a 4th South is one of the few streets that goes over the railroad tracks and under I-15, but it's pretty hostile conditions if you're walking or biking. And so we're working with UDOT to develop, we already have a consultant underway and we're about halfway through an analysis to figure out how we could have a high comfort trail through there. And we'd probably rename it, 4 South Viaduct Trail isn't the most appealing name. So we'd probably rename it the Poplar Grove Connector. And with an eye of connecting from 9th West up to 3rd West. And that's one that would actually be relatively affordable and potentially could leverage some UDOT money to help. They're actually went in 50-50 on the study and design with us. And then also potentially looking at how we can take better advantage of alleyways for trails or active transportation opportunities. And then so complete streets reconstruction, this would be, the idea of this is this would supplement Class C and bond projects or bond money for reconstruction. There's never enough money for reconstructing crumbling streets. And then of course, when we rebuild them, we like following city ordinance, the complete streets ordinance, we do a thorough analysis of how we can put them back better for all users. And then the next line item would be for corridor transformations for streets that where the pavement is in good enough condition that they're not ready for a complete reconstruction, but where multimodal upgrades are called for. So some examples of that would be Main Street or 2nd East. We're actually just kicking off a study. We got a county grant to develop a design in conjunction with South Salt Lake to look at how to create some very high comfort bike lanes on those two streets, so that some of the pressure off of State Street. It's kind of become clear with UDOT that it's going to be really hard to get bike lanes, high comfort bike lanes on State Street, but the city owns Main Street and 2nd East on either side. And so I think there's some pretty exciting opportunities there. And then 2nd East is also identified in the downtown plan as the eastern leg of the green loop. So you can combine some greening along with active transportation possibilities. 10th West is another street that has come up by the Fairport as a street that potentially could have some multimodal and more greening upgrades. And then these last few are smaller budget items, but kind of laying some groundwork for other kind of city initiatives, such as alleyway maintenance and repaving. We don't have any funds for doing really anything with alleyways. So this could kind of help get that ball rolling a little bit. And we haven't actually done a prioritization process as far as which alleyways would go first, but something that's been receiving a lot of attention lately, and something that the mayor has brought up as a priority is figuring out how do we take better advantage of these kind of forgotten alleyways around the city. The trail maintenance is an item that we've been hearing that is important, both the administration and from council, that we need to do a better job of being coordinated on the maintenance side, that we build cool things, but we also need to think ahead about how do we maintain these cool things so that 5-10 years later, they are still nice things that still make us proud of our city. So like North Temple is a great example of that it was a corridor transformation that had funding attached to it at the time of the construction, and it's aged incredibly well as a result, similar to like the S line. And so we've worked with the Trails and Natural Lands and the Parks Division on what it would take. They've already developed, created a team to maintain urban trails. So this would go to helping to augment that team so that they can keep up with on the maintenance side. The multimodal infrastructure maintenance is a line item that, like Ben mentioned, you already approved in the main budget. So thank you for that. This last week and this week, the crews have been busy repainting the green stripes downtown on 2nd East and Main Street and South Temple to help drivers really understand that bikes are allowed in those lanes. So thank you for that. That's a project that currently the streets crews don't have the equipment to be able to do that in-house, and so it's kind of sat there without getting a refresh for years, and so this has allowed us to address that. Then the last item is just a small pot of money to help. One of the main things that I'm with community outreach, one of the main things I'm hearing from staff is that we want to keep up with the expectations on outreach on our projects, and it's almost impossible to have too much outreach. And so this would just kind of help augment some of our efforts so that we could have some on-call consultant support when maybe we get into a project and it turns out that maybe we need more outreach than we thought. So a lot of talking on my part. Sorry about that, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, council members. Any follow-up questions? Councilmember Dugan.
Thanks a lot for these programs. I like the all these projects you have listed here. Now, going back to the beginning with the GIS 21-point scale, grading scale, if you could use that scale against these projects and then show us how they ranked, and then maybe what projects that you had on the list that were dropped off because they didn't get to the right level of points, so we can see how the equity and the how you came up with that list of 11 compared to if there was a list of 25 or 30, or how many programs or projects did you have beforehand?
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, you probably know there's more than just 11 there.
Right.
Kind of 11 categories with probably 3 times that many actual projects.
Right.
So, yeah, we'd be happy to show that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Cindy, and then Councilmember Rogers.
Okay, just to be sure that what John was just talking about and what Councilmember Dugan was talking about are the same thing. I think that John was saying that there are 11 categories perhaps, and then there are several things within those categories. So there are really more projects, so to speak, that he could spell out. I think what Councilmember Dugan was saying is what else was on the list. By virtue of you only presenting the things that you support, the council's discretion is limited. So you've submitted a proposal for just those things, and the council then doesn't know what you didn't submit. And on CIP, we have access to that information because there are value judgments interjected along the way. And even though you have a lot of different criteria and it is data driven, the elected officials usually have an opportunity to weigh in terms of the value judgments. You mentioned a category of evaluation of good governance, and that's a perfect category that elected officials would want to be aware of and have some input on. So as we go through this and consolidate it with the CIP process, we probably need to assure that the council is seeing a much bigger list than the items that are recommended. And then just one other quick thing is the council does appropriate funds for a community outreach function in CAN, Community and Neighborhoods Department. And this transportation division is within CAN. And I don't know if the council would want to fund separate public engagement for separate consultants, or if you'd want to hold on to that until you know more about how the CIP process and the planning processes and others can be all wedded together under a new director. Just a suggestion.
Okay. Thanks. Councilmember Rogers.
John, how many employees do you currently have in your department? I know this isn't, we're not in the middle of budget season, but I just wanted to know.
Transportation division, I believe we have 27.
And just off the top of your head, how many current projects do you have going on in transportation?
Depends on exactly how you define project, but it's probably, I don't know, 50.
A lot more than you did 3 years ago, right, when you came in?
Considerably, yeah.
Yeah. I'm really excited. Of course, you can see the 600 North and the 1000 North bus routes that are coming online. I want to make sure that we get that money allocated as soon as possible, so we're not fouling up any projects for that before they come online. So any idea on the timing on that?
It's kind of up to you.
Saying, John, I want to make sure that we get that funding going. So, I mean, the sooner the better, right? So we can get those projects done.
Yeah, I think we need to have a separate conversation about the bus expansion. If we know within the next 2 or 3 months, if council's able to allocate the funding, then we can, the earliest would be August 2021. But we would have to have the funding for the mobilization with the commitment for the next fiscal year for the operations. So we'd have to know that by November. So 2022 probably at the latest.
Mr. Chair, we gotta get that scheduled real soon so we can get that.
Yeah, definitely. Cindy and council staff, is that we'll be able to do that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We could make that a council added item to a budget amendment as one option.
Okay. Are there other questions on this topic? John, did you want to respond to like what Cindy said about the projects that aren't included? Like, is there a way to get a list of those?
Yeah, we'd be happy in a follow-up conversation to answer that question, as well as talk more about how the CIP could integrate with the Q-tip process. And just, you know, I guess I would just say that, you know, this year, I don't see this as, you know, the typical way that we want to do things. You know, it's a brand new funding source, and I think we've been figuring out what's the best process for how to deal with it. And so, you know, that's probably why it feels like it's a simplified process. But our whole intention of creating this Q-tip was to make it so that moving forward, it does function better, I guess.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because the challenge is we got the new, kind of like what Councilmember Rogers was saying, we basically, we increased the number of funds that we have to program, you know, 9 or 10-fold. And we didn't even have the staff to do so at first. And so that was kind of our first ask was, you know, we needed some people to help figure out how to create the processes as we're going, and the money's already starting to flow. And so, you know, in no way was our intention to make this feel like some sort of, you know, black box sort of thing.
Right. Councilmember Dugan.
Mr. Chair, I want to go back to the delegation of authority question. Are we putting that off to a different timeline to discuss that? Or when are we going to come back to loop around on this delegation of authority?
Should I take a stab at that, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Okay, so I think by this straw poll that you did indicating that you would like to have this be part of CIP, that addresses the delegation of authority to some extent. The request to have a list of more than just the projects that they recommended addresses that a little bit more. There still is, though, a pretty significant delegation of authority because you don't adopt the TIP. It's a lot of executive decision making that could drive the plan without you having, you know, complete knowledge of that. So probably, like, ideally, and we could work with the administration on this, we're missing our 5-year CIP plan. And I think that the transportation plan that they have done, or the TIP, is a perfect illustration of how you can do a good job at that. So if you just model that with the CIP plan and integrate it, I think that would be helpful. Let's see. Yeah, just the whole point of considering it in context with the CIP.
Cindy?
Go ahead, Bren.
Another example that might be helpful here is engineering has a 6-year pavement plan. And the council made a conscious decision a couple years ago that they wanted to delegate the selection of specific streets to be reconstructed to engineering based on that plan and the process underpinning it. So that's an example where the council said, we want to delegate that selection to the administration, but you understood the process that led to the selection. So I think this is a similar question and conversation about transportation.
So it may be that you've made a couple of steps to get greater transparency and more information. And then once you have the conversation about the CIP, you can determine more in terms of the degree of authority that you'd like to delegate. In general, our assumption as staff is that you do not typically want to delegate authority unless you tell us directly. So if the administration comes to us with a proposal that delegates significant authority, we automatically raise a lot of questions.
Okay, anyone have any follow-up questions? Concerns on that? Okay. Are we ready to move on to agenda item number 9? Okay, let's do it. That is the draft cemetery master plan update. This is a very special briefing because it's Austin's first time doing analyzing and briefing an issue. So.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, as you may know, the cemetery is facing funding challenges resulting from aging facilities and infrastructure, as well as a dwindling number of grave sites available. The city's administration will be presenting the proposed cemetery master plan, which has 3 primary purposes. 1, to guide the preservation and management of the cemetery. 2, to expand access to and enhance appropriate uses of the cemetery. And 3, to address the future financial sustainability of the cemetery. The future potential budget impact of the cemetery master plan, which includes the cost of deferred maintenance and other recommended projects, is likely to exceed $30 million. As part of the master plan, the administration has provided funding and revenue recommendations, which are summarized starting on page 8 of the staff report and will be discussed in the following presentation. And with that, I will turn this presentation over to Kristen Riker with Public Services.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. Thank you, Council Chair, for having us here tonight to present the second briefing. Yeah, it's good to see everyone. So this is the second briefing of the Salt Lake City Cemetery Master Plan. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce Lee Bullwinkle, our Parks Division Director, who will also be presenting, and Keith Van Otten, our Cemetery Sexton as of December 2019. My name is Kristen Riker. I'm the Public Services Deputy Director over Public Lands. Somebody have a comment? We just want to thank you all for your time and consideration of this plan. And we're presenting this tonight for your comments. And once we have those, we'll add them to the document and produce the final cemetery master plan that we hope will guide the cemetery for the next 20 years. So let's see. Can we get there we go. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Great. So first off, we'd like to acknowledge all of those who have worked really hard on this preparing the cemetery master plan. First off, Nancy Monteith is our public lands landscape architect, and she was the master plan lead. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight. She had a prior engagement and couldn't join us. Mark Smith was our previous cemetery sexton and also a cemetery master plan project lead. Our primary planning consultant was G. Brown Design and their consultant team members. Don Wagner with Salt Lake City Engineering, Katya Pace with Salt Lake City Planning, Robin Stansnick with Salt Lake City Civic Engagement, and so many other city employees. Lastly, we'd just like to thank all the citizens who participated and provided their input to create this master plan. Next slide.
This next slide is a brief history of the Salt Lake City Cemetery. For the people who first conceived the idea of the modern cemetery, there was much more to it than a place to put loved ones' remains. Cemeteries provided the public with the beautiful outdoor gathering spaces during a time when parks were still on the horizon of city planning. In fact, cemeteries were the country's first parks. In 2017, the Salt Lake City Cemetery was named one of the top 10 American cemeteries to visit by USA Today. The cemetery has 130,000 burial sites with over 124,000 people buried within the cemetery and 24,000 pre-sold burial sites. This equals another 60 plus years of burials to be performed by the Salt Lake City staff. We have less than 400 grave sites left. Next slide. Mark Smith worked at Salt Lake City Cemetery for 20 years and had a near and constant presence working as the cemetery's 31st and longest serving sexton. He was often the first one in each day, and at the old caretaker's house, he'd renovated into an office. After drinking coffee on the porch and watching the morning sunlight filter through the trees, he'd get to work managing operations, budgets, staffing, customer service, and more for this 120-acre cemetery tucked in the Avenues neighborhood. As the sun began to set each day, he was usually the last one out the door, even after he was diagnosed with cancer in 2016. Mark, at age 55, lost his battle with multiple myeloma on July 30th, 2019. Next slide.
Okay, the master planning process actually started in 2009 with some information gathering and documentation to develop our original RFP. In 2016, we started working with G. Brown Design Company and with our civic engagement team that included 3 public open houses. So the meetings offered attendees the opportunity to provide input in person and ask questions of the planning team and city staff. Our first open house was held in June of 2016, and the goal was to inform, educate, and gather community input. The second public open house was in November of 2016 and focused on cemetery goal prioritization, and the third in May 2017 to present the draft cemetery master plan recommendations. Public engagement also included a series of public open houses, presentations to the Avenues Community Council, meetings with stakeholder groups, and frequent meetings with the city's internal stakeholders. In addition, all public open house content was mirrored on Open City Hall, the city's then online community input platform, to provide those that were unable to attend an opportunity to provide their input. Next slide, please. Information gathered during that analysis and assessment phase from the community, city staff, and stakeholder groups was used to develop the master plan vision, which is here. The vision is to preserve and enhance the Salt Lake City Cemetery as an active cemetery and public open space that invites the public to enjoy the cemetery's historic, recreational, and natural resources. The themes that came from the cemetery were from the community's input were to improve and preserve the natural environment, to preserve historic features and culture and character, and to preserve solitude, ambience, and the dignity of the cemetery. The cemetery master plan primary purposes provided by the City Council were 1, to guide the preservation and management of the cemetery, to expand access to and enhance appropriate uses of the cemetery as a multi-use facility, and 3, to address the financial sustainability of the cemetery. Next slide.
The next slide highlights the first purpose of the master plan, which is to guide the preservation and management of the cemetery. Recommendations for the overall preservation are to nominate the cemetery to the National Register of Historic Places, to prepare a comprehensive preservation management plan, which would include inventory of gravestones and monuments, period plans, policies and procedures, and developing a maintenance and preventative maintenance plan. Also, by conducting a historic documentation investigation as part of every cemetery project, and to protect or stabilize damaged gravestones with reversible methods until treatment plans for their restoration or repair are ready. We are currently talking with the Utah State History Department Cemetery and Burials Manager on this matter. Next slide. The trees and vegetation at the cemetery are what attract a vast amount of wildlife who live at the cemetery, as well as providing a beautiful and comfortable place for patrons to visit their loved ones or enjoy the peace of the outdoors. The preservation recommendations for the trees and vegetation are to continue cooperation between the cemetery and the city's urban forestry division, to maintain the wildlife habitat, and to develop the cemetery as an arboretum. We've been moving forward on the designation of the arboretum for the cemetery. The status of the application is active and close to submission. We're on track for accreditation approval in early November. After receiving accreditation from MARDNET, we will look to officially dedicate or unveil the arboretum collection at an early November tree planting event. Next slide. Both the retaining walls and the fences throughout the cemetery are part of the historical aspect that the constituent want the cities to preserve. The cemetery wall and fence analysis found that the retaining walls throughout the cemetery that are used to retain burial sites and the fences that are used to maintain the cemetery boundaries are in need of repair. The cemetery received funding through the FY 18-19 CIP application for $500,000 and began to address some of these needs. The city has already undertaken repair projects on the sandstone WPA wall along 11th Ave and the cobblestone walls along 405 North Street and 355 North Street. But repair of these walls has proved to be more expensive than what initially thought. The new estimated cost is $1.4 million to finish the repair on the WPA walls, and the total cost for walls and fencing repairs is $1.747 million. Next slide. The roadways are an important piece of the cemetery to develop a multi-use network of different uses. There are two components to roadway preservation and management. The first is to repair the roadways and storm drainage for vehicular traffic. We have broken down the road repairs and storm drainage into 6 segments of work to break up the $14.5 million price tag. The second recommendation is to restrict access on the low priority roadways by using removable road bollards on roads that are 12 to 18 feet wide. This will minimize the intensity of the use, extend the life of the roadways, reduce the necessity of needed repairs, and reduce maintenance. Next slide. The cemetery has 7 3/4 miles of road that were analyzed by the consultant. 4 miles were found to be in poor condition, 3 miles in fair condition, and only 3/4 of a mile in average condition. Road condition was only one factor in determining replacement and repair priority. Other factors include needs for future burials and public access. Next slide. The last 4 recommendations for preservation and maintenance include beautification of the headstone and soils area, updating the eastern half of the cemetery's irrigation system, repairing or replacing the gates at the cemetery roadway entrances, replacing and moving the maintenance facilities, and repairing the aging sexton building. The area around the sexton building currently occupied by the maintenance buildings is the only space with an existing cemetery footprint that is available for new development and additional interment opportunities. Next slide. The second master plan purpose was to expand access to and enhance other appropriate uses of the cemetery as a multi-use facility. Recommendations were to enhance the walking, jogging, and cycling opportunities within the cemetery. This would include creating an east-west pedestrian corridor, installing wayfinding signage, installing benches and plantings, having designated pedestrian and bicycle access points, as well as designating active transportation routes. Next slide. The remaining recommended uses to expand the access of the cemetery as a multi-use facility are by creating more history awareness. The cemetery website has already been updated to be user-friendly, share historic and other information, and offer opportunities for community involvement and partnerships. Through these partnerships, the city has worked hard to identify individuals who can act as catalysts to start a Friends of the Cemetery group. We have individuals identified who are building a group of interested citizens, businesses, and other groups, and at some point will be capable to accept donations. Installation of columbarium walls. These will provide additional interment as well as future revenue generating opportunities for the cemetery. And the last thing was public engagement discovered that the public was interested in more passive activities to activate the cemetery into a multi-use facility. These include the arboretum, art strolls, landscape photography, stargazing, etc. Next slide.
Okay, you can hear the train going by. Okay, so the third goal for the master plan was to address the future financial sustainability of the cemetery. So the master plan provides strategies implemented by other municipalities to fund the restoration of the cemetery. And these include GO bonds, new fees, alternative taxing structures, grant funding, and private donations. Currently, we're working with the Trust for Public Lands, who's in the process of researching and analyzing a range of funding options that Salt Lake City may consider to fund park and open space development, as well as operations and maintenance, which will include the cemetery. The primary focus of TPL's analysis will be local funding options. Their objective is to identify funding options that are significant within the context of the city's needs, that are pragmatic and proven. Research on funding options will focus on broad-based tax and bond mechanisms capable of generating significant funding for those referenced uses. Adoption of the cemetery master plan is the next step forward for restoration of the Salt Lake City Cemetery. Myself, the Parks Division, the cemetery staff, all commit to pressing the importance of establishing the necessary capital investment to meet the growing needs of the cemetery. The mayor and her administration are in support of finding the right strategy to advance the cemetery's needs. The cemetery now has a Friends of group that, with the help of Councilmember Wharton, is gaining traction to advocate for the cemetery and influence public opinion and ultimately policy that we hope will generate public and private funding to aid the cemetery's revival. Next slide. This slide is an updated 2020 cost breakdown for the capital investment needs at the cemetery. Inflationary costs have been added since the original 2017 document figures. Salt Lake City Public Lands compiled these priority reinvestment projects from the master plan into a public document for the purpose of generating interest in and funding for improvements to the cemetery. The newly created Friends of Group has this document and intends to use this to share the cemetery's needs. If the city can advance these projects listed, noticeable and sustainable progress would be made towards preserving the cemetery and alleviating the growing maintenance burden that's resulting from repairs that really should have been replacements. Last slide. In the words of Mark Edwin Smith, cemeteries are for the living, he said. Even though we have over 124,000 people buried here, the green spaces are for living people to remember, reflect, and find solace. It is the intent of Salt Lake City Cemetery Master Plan to find a path to revitalize and renew the cemetery grounds, not only for those who have made this their final resting place, but mostly for their visitors who come here to remember them and the history that they created. Last slide is just a thank you, and Any questions? That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Kristen, and thank you to your team for putting that together. Council members, questions? I don't see any to start us off, so I'll just say that thanks for letting me be a part of the team to try to help create a Friends of the Salt Lake City Cemetery group. We're gonna, really the thing that we need to get started on that project is to have this in place. It's pretty hard to go out and raise awareness and coordinate strategies to try to cultivate donors and other people that want to volunteer and help with the cemetery when we don't have a master plan in place. And the last time when we looked at this master plan, I think it was in 2018. So putting it back on the shelf for another year or more doesn't get us any closer to the goal. And so I know that there are fundraising concerns, but we regularly have master plans that we have to enact, and then we figure out how to fund them later. So I just ask my colleagues on the council that you help us push this forward, and so that we can get out there and start seeing what kind of interest there is in the community and assess how we move forward with the preservation management plan. Anyone have any questions? No. Well, all right. Thanks, and I'm sure that we'll probably, well, actually, I have a question. Do we, so Kristen, as we develop the preservation management plan, will that come back to the council for additional briefing, or will that just be an administrative thing?
So the preservation management plan will take some funding. So we will certainly come back and request funding if it's done through a CIP project, and certainly we will involve the council as much as you would like to be involved.
Great. Yeah. Jen Bruno, I see you joined us. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Just to recap the next steps in the process, and maybe Austin, you can talk about this too, but the council will be having a public hearing and adoption of this plan. So we've gone back and forth in previous years of, does the council adopt master plans for parks or not? The council clarified in ordinance, I think it was last year, maybe it was earlier this year, that now any planning document is, it needs to be adopted formally by the council. So that's the next step in this process.
Before we go through those next steps, Mayor, did you have anything you want to add?
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for your support and your representation of the 125,000 most quiet residents in our city and the least represented when it comes to their needs, and probably what will be some of our needs in the future in the decades to come. This investing in the cemetery is something that I want to do, and I'm committed to work with you, council, on what those creative approaches will be in the coming years. But we know that the cost of deferring the maintenance of some of the critical pieces like the streets and the walls is, it grows exponentially as we wait longer. And I have a picture here of one of the residents of Councilmember Wharton's there. And there are literally over 100,000 unique individuals. And this is Maud May Babcock, who was the first female faculty member at the University of Utah. She, Babcock Theater, she wrote over 300 plays. She taught speech and physical ed, and she and her brother helped to open the first social hall. Had children. I would imagine that if she had, that her ancestors might be here advocating for the cemetery master plan. She and 125,000 other people need this for their dignity, for their resting place, and the investment their families made in putting them there in the first place. So, Council Member Wharton, I appreciate your leadership on this, and to Kristen and her team for all of the heart you've put into this, and the years and years and years of work. And it's appropriate that we, I think, get this tied up and we honor all of those residents and Mark as well as we move forward with all of the great initiatives that are in this master plan. So thanks for giving me a second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thanks for sharing that information. There are lots of great stories about the history of the cemetery, and there's a book about it. If council members don't have it, maybe we could get some copies of that book to the council so that they can read some of the amazing stories. So yeah, I'm excited. It's really an honor to have the cemetery in my district. They're a quiet bunch, but they are still a lively group. Lots of good stories. So any other questions or anything like that? Okay, great. Well, thanks everyone. We'll go, oh, sorry, Austin, you were gonna give us next steps, sorry.
The next steps will be a public hearing. I think we're looking at the 15th for that hearing. And after that, it will be up to you to adopt. And I can get a more formalized schedule for you all after this.
Okay, great. Well, thanks. We will go ahead and move on now to agenda item number 10, which is Municipal Renewable Energy Project Update. So leading us on this briefing is Sam Owen from the City Council office. We have Christopher Thomas, Senior Energy and Climate Program Manager, Vicki Bennett, Sustainability Director, and Debbie Lyons, Sustainability Deputy Director. Thanks for being here.
Glad to be here.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll start with a brief intro to the item and then turn it over to the department if that's okay. Council members, Mr. Chair, the administration has been coordinating with area partners for a number of years to generate a coalition of power users who could share the obligation and benefit of a large-scale renewable energy project facilitated through the operation and distribution capacity of Rocky Mountain Power. Part of that process has been the refinement of a new rate schedule to accommodate these large-scale renewable energy users, including Salt Lake City, Park City, Vail Resorts, and other partners. It is now estimated that the project may result in an increase on the city's internal electricity bills. The increase in power costs would be distributed across different funds and departments utilizing energy from the new project, pending council approval of potential budget adjustments that would be necessary in the future. Increased annual power costs would come online in the fiscal year 22-23. Furthermore, the term of the related contract has been proposed at 25 years rather than a previously contemplated 15 years. It has to do with the liquidity of the energy in this market, I think, is kind of the way that we understand it at this point. A projected breakdown of how the cost increase might impact general and enterprise fund city departments is on the first page of the staff report. The total impact is estimated now at an annual increase of $158,725, and most of that would go to the would become the obligation of the enterprise funds. This effort ties into a 2016 joint council mayor resolution goal that 50% of electricity needs for city government facilities would be provided from renewable energy by 2020. The resolution was last updated during July 2019 to advance a different renewable energy goal that's part of that same resolution item. This project in question now is anticipated to result in a sizable reduction to the city carbon footprint. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to the department for questions and other context.
Okay.
So I'll just quickly introduce Christopher Thomas. He is our senior energy program manager, and he is the one who has all of the technical details on this. So Christopher, please take it away.
Great. And may I please share some slides that I'd like to present?
That is a good question.
Oh, look, there it just
The answer is yes.
Okay. This is now a little bit, I had changed a little bit of information, so this will be just slightly out of date. But let me go ahead. So again, yes, my name is Christopher Thomas. I took over for Tyler Polson, who some of you may have known in November of last year. And I'm just really excited to be able to talk to you about this municipal utility scale solar project today. Oh, next slide, please. And please advance again. So Salt Lake City has long supported solar power to meet our municipal operational needs. So since 2011, we've built 17 projects that are described as distributed solar generation, and those provide about 2.8 gigawatt hours of electricity per year. Please advance again. Oh, great, thank you. And then in 2016, the Salt Lake City Corporation signed up to take a large share of a subscriber solar project. So this is a 20 megawatt solar farm located in Utah. And through Rocky Mountain Power, customers were able to sign up for a share, and we signed up for what amounts to about 7.2 gigawatt hours annually from that project. And then advance one more time, please. And so the project I'm talking to you about today is a proposed project that would allow us to source an additional 100 gigawatt hours from a new utility scale solar project that would not be happening without our efforts in the other 5 customers who have pursued this project. And so if you look at the numbers, we've got about 10 gigawatt hours annually that we're sourcing from solar currently. And this new project would allow us to do a 10-fold increase, so 100 gigawatt hours. So quite a lot of renewable energy, and one that we can proudly say, would not be happening without our leadership and efforts. Next slide, please. So let me do a little situating of the timeline. So where we've been is that back in March of last year, we worked on a request for proposals that was issued by Rocky Mountain Power and the 6 participating customers. In October, a renewable contract was filed with the Utah Public Service Commission. In February, that contract was approved by the Utah Public Service Commission. And then please advance the slide. And currently, we are finalizing the language in what is called an appendix. So the appendix is a document that's appended to the renewable contract, and it finalizes some of the terms. So that's the step we're on now. And then please advance. So, and actually, this date is now updated. We need to sign our appendix by September 11th. Of 2020, because we got some more clarity on timing and kind of the window of opportunity. So we're hoping to sign that very soon. And then advance, please. And then there's one box that I added that's not in this presentation, but there's an additional step where the Utah Public Service Commission will need to grant approval to Rocky Mountain Power to enter into an agreement like this that's longer than 15 years. Originally, we had contemplated and fully embraced the idea that this renewable energy contract would only go for 15 years. However, after the events of the pandemic, the renewable energy developer indicated they were not able to secure financing for a contract that only ran 15 years. So that's why we needed to request additional approval for a longer contract term. So we're waiting on that. Hopefully that will be secured by December of this year. And then the project itself would come online no later than December of 2022. So really the first calendar year in which we would be seeing the full production of this project would be calendar year 2023. Next slide, please. So let me just illustrate a little bit, because there were some questions previously about the contractual arrangement and some of those issues. So I thought it would be good to give a little context on how this contract works, because it's a little unique to other contracts. So rather than Salt Lake City Corporation directly signing a contract with the renewable developer, it's what's called a sleeved arrangement. So this renewable energy contract is sleeved through the utility. So we sign one agreement with Rocky Mountain Power, and then Rocky Mountain Power signs a corresponding and mirroring agreement with the renewable energy developer. And one of the nice things about this is that, Rocky Mountain Power maintains or retains, I should say, the obligation to serve us electricity. So if there are issues with the renewable developer or the provision of power through that contract, that does not put at risk any of our facilities from being able to operate, because Rocky Mountain Power really enforces that contract as a part of their overall system. Next slide, please. Oh, and again, please. Once more, sorry. So we've talked about the timeline, we've talked about the contractual arrangement, how it's a little different than others. Now I want to talk about what are we getting from this renewable project. So like I said earlier, the opportunity is that we procure 100 gigawatt hours annually of solar electricity from this project. And if you want to see well, how much is that compared to the electricity we're using? So if you look at 2019 data, this 100 gigawatt hours of solar would have amounted to 88% of our 2019 electricity consumption. And that includes both our metered accounts as well as our street lights, which are not metered, but are accounts that we hold through Rocky Mountain Power. So it more than allows us to meet the Salt Lake City Joint Resolution target of 50% renewable electricity. Now it's a little late because the Joint Resolution said by 2020, but what we're hoping is that by the end of this year, we will have everything in place to be able to hit this 88% target by calendar year 2023. And I should point out too, as I think was mentioned in the staff report, that while initially we had contemplated a 15-year contractual agreement, because of the inability to get financing for that term for the project developer, we are proposing to enter into a 25-year contract. Next slide, please. So now we've talked about, how much solar electricity we'd be sourcing from this project. Let's now talk about the cost. How is the cost paid off for this new large source of solar electricity? Well, it goes through a rate schedule called Schedule 34. And this is basically a pathway that is set out through state law and state rules. And the way the Schedule 34 mechanism works is we still pay for our normal electricity bill just like we always have. However, for the accounts that are enrolled in this resource, they would pay an extra $1.49 per megawatt hour consumed. And so if you want to get a sense of well, what in the world does $1.49 per megawatt hour mean? Well, if you look at the average cost we paid in 2019 per megawatt hour that we consumed, it was about $64.29. So hopefully that gives you a bit of a comparison. So it's a very small adder compared to the average cost that we're currently paying. And again, I just wanted to reiterate, with this new contract, even though it will be supplying the majority of Salt Lake City's electricity use, there is no risk of electric service interruption if the contract does not perform, because that enforcement piece is really handled by our utility, Rocky Mountain Power. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've talked about the incremental cost, like the cost per unit of energy, but you might be asking yourself, well, what is the overall total impact on our budget? So if you look at the total annual impact, Salt Lake City, I believe it was I can't remember exactly now which fiscal year this was, but 10.2 million annually is spent by Salt Lake City Corporation on electricity. And so with this 100 gigawatt hours at $1.49 per megawatt hour, that would add $149,000 annually to our electricity spending. And what this gets us is sourcing about 88% of our power needs from solar energy. And we've talked about when we actually go to apportioning this cost, that what we would do is look at each department's percentage of the overall total electricity consumption and apportion the cost of this Schedule 34 adder the same way as in proportion to how much electricity each department used in a given fiscal year. Next slide, please. Oh, I apologize. Would you back up one more? Would you please hit backwards real quick? I forgot to say the most important number on the slide, which is 1.46. So this is a overall 1.46% anticipated impact on our electricity spending annually. Thank you. Please advance now. So one last element I wanted to talk about, we've talked about the renewable energy benefits, we've talked about the cost. One thing we haven't addressed yet is that there's actually one financial benefit through this arrangement, which is that those accounts that are enrolled in this Schedule 34 resource will be protected from a particular adjustment that we see on our bills from time to time. That adjustment is complicated. It's a bit complicated to get into, but I'll do my best job to summarize it. There's something called the energy balancing account. It can create adjustments to our bills 2 times a year. Sometimes they are positives. They can be negative. They're typically positive. And basically, it's a way for the utility to true up the difference between forecasted fuel costs and actual fuel costs. So to give you an example, in May of last year, we saw across our different rate schedules an increase of 1.42 to 2.16%. So that was just added on. It was not anything we could budget for. It's just an automatic adjustment mechanism that Rocky Mountain Power has at its disposal. So the 1.46% that I mentioned on the last slide, that's the expected increase, is well within this range of bill impacts that we're already kind of used to seeing year to year. The nice thing is that any account that is paying this per megawatt hour premium for the solar resource will actually be protected from these energy balancing account adjustments going forward. So even though it is a little bit more, we'll be protected from any surprises that we otherwise would have seen on our bills from this adjustment. Next slide, please. So let me pause there and just, I've given some answers to some questions that we received, and I've detailed answers on the following slides, but I did want to just pause and allow, are there any questions from council members or others that I can answer?
Question from Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christopher, on the presentation. On the fee schedule, is there, I thought I read that we had a minimum charge, and if we went below that, we had an adder fee. And so how does this affect our energy efficiency programs going forward?
Yes.
How does it affect Rocky Mountain Power contributions to the energy efficiency programs, especially for the houses on the west side of the city?
Okay, thank you for your question. So this contract, let me just clarify, would only amount to, or would only affect our Salt Lake City Corporation municipal electric bills. It would not affect any community members' bills.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. On the amount of power that the solars are generating, is this going to have any effect on Rocky Mountain Power's coal plants and earlier retirements, or is it really negligible?
I think it will have an effect on what they call the system dispatch. So in other words, Rocky Mountain Power says that it follows an economic dispatch model. So they will dispatch the least expensive power first and the more expensive power later. And because solar is a no marginal cost resource, the expectation is they would dispatch it ahead of most of the other generating resources at their disposal. That said, I don't think we can expect a direct connection. So it's hard to say, well, because of this project, we don't know precisely how that will affect the dispatch of the other power plants. Does that make sense?
Sure, because I'm looking at it globally here. You know, this is great that we're doing it here, but overall, the whole state and the Wasatch Front, are we going to see a reduction in the coal power side of the house and earlier retirements? That was just my question there.
I would say I think that yes, the more resources we bring online that are clean, it diminishes the need for those for the coal units and in some cases maybe some of the gas units.
And Mr. Chair, a couple more. Also back to the energy efficiency side. You're right. I asked a question for residentials. But how does this play into our part of our energy efficiencies as a corporation, and when we're replacing our HVAC systems and our other, dirty air producers, just buildings in general? Because if we're getting charged for it, it sometimes de-incentivizes you to become more efficient. So how do we, when we do HVAC upgrades to become more efficient, how does this play into that? Because it's going to cost us more because now we're more efficient.
And actually, so thank you for circling back to that. And actually, would you please advance the slide? I can't remember exactly how many to advance, but I think I've got a slide that helps address. Oh, this is great. Okay, yes. So in our contract, we're basically saying we want to procure 100 gigawatt hours annually. So then, yes, the question becomes, what if our consumption would fall below 100 gigawatt hours? The pricing changes slightly. Having spent a lot of time looking at our consumption, I think it is unlikely that we would fall below that 100 gigawatt hour threshold. Even as we can continue to pursue new efficiency projects, I think we continue to pursue efficiency wherever we can. The reason I think we're unlikely to fall below the 100 gigawatt hours, we were at about 123 gigawatt hours in 2019, but we expect new electric loads. So the new airport facilities, we're going to be bringing online a new water reclamation facility, which I think just by nature of the size we need to build it at will require more electricity. And I think we're also seeing more and more opportunities to do additional electrification. So for example, as we electrify our fleet of vehicles, we'll be reducing the need for gasoline, but we'll be increasing our need for electrons. So I think we expect that we will continue to be able to pursue efficiency and we'll continue to see kind of an additional beneficial load in our electricity over the years.
Well, I hope we go net zero on the airport and other places, so we won't go above that 100. It'd be nice to be net zero, right? So, okay. Appreciate that very much. I'm excited about it. I just want to make sure that just because we have to buy 100 gigawatts, that we don't continue to pursue the energy efficiency and the clean energy across the board. Because our energy efficiency will hopefully improve throughout the years of the especially next 25 years.
Really appreciate the concern.
Thanks.
Councilmember Johnston.
Maybe following up to Councilmember Dugan's questions. Are we locked into 100 gigawatt hours flat for 25 years, or is it scalable up?
Oh, it would be set at 100 gigawatt hours initially, and actually it would scale down slightly year over year just because of the normal degradation expected in the solar units.
How much degradation? How much are we scaling down? Do you think? The projections.
You know, I don't have that in front of me, but it's like, it's like a fraction of a percent, I think, per year. But I'm happy to follow up with you with that exact number.
Another question, you may not have this on hand right now, but over the last, say, 5 or 10 years, what's our city energy consumption, electricity consumption been compared to the 123 of 2019?
So you mean, are you asking about like, say, 2018 and 2017?
I'm going back 5 or 10 years. What's our total city energy consumption been? In 19, it was 123 gigawatts.
You know, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can get them for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, council members? Just trying to scroll through and see. No? Okay. Okay, then thank you very much, Christopher, for the presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That brings us to agenda item number 11, which is a report of the chair and vice chair. I don't have anything to report. Andrew, do you have anything?
Nope.
Okay, Cindy Gus Jensen, anything from you or Jan Bruno? Cindy had to step off. She might not be back by now.
Yeah, Cindy had to step out really quick. I think there was a brief announcement about, oh yes, thank you for sharing the screen. The Utah League is having their annual convention, and it's going to be remote. The sessions will all be remote. There will be some in-person mobile tours that we'll have more details on later, but the dates are September 21 and 22 for those mobile tours. September 23rd and 24th will be the virtual one. So if you what our practice is generally just to automatically register all council members, because even if there's just 1 or 2 sessions that you're interested in that needs a registration, so let us know if you are not interested in attending, and then we'll save that registration fee. We'll also be sending an invite to community council chairs, the Planning Commission, and Historic Landmarks Commission, because the league usually has at least one day that's a focus on land use, which offers some good training for those boards and commissions. So just letting you guys know that that's our plan.
Okay, great. Any other questions or anything? Okay, great. Then that brings us to the end of our agenda. We did have a tentative closed session, but I don't believe we're having one tonight, right, Jen?
That is right.
Okay, so let's go ahead and just break until our formal meeting at 7. There's a separate link for that meeting, so see everybody in about 20 minutes.